Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be covering off on a range of topics and items that have piqued my eye over the last couple of days, given that I didn't stream for a couple of days. Uh, Surprisingly, there is a huge amount of content that's popped up, and there's going to be a few likely suspects that have appeared or that will appear, and then there's going to be um, some that are probably a little bit more esoteric, but anyone who's followed the channel or who's listened to any of the previous stream content will probably hear and understand, like, know what's coming, or will have seen it already. Okay, so I can see there's an ad rolling through on Twitch at the moment. So yeah, we're going to hit, in general terms, a bunch of US news, mainly to do with the Jimmy Kimmel thing being cancelled. And there's been a lot of really interesting back and forth on that. And if you've been paying attention to what I've been talking about already in terms of which way media leans, you can kind of get a feel for which way the Australian media's gone on this. I'm going to have a look at a bit of climate and infrastructure stuff, although I didn't move, and some social tech stuff, which is all more Australian related. There's going to be a bunch of um, oh, why did that? I put the link in the wrong spot. The links went into the wrong spot. There we go. Uh, and then we're going to be having a look at, I see some political stuff. I don't really enjoy covering that stuff, but we'll look at it anyway. A bit of stuff on, a quick bit of stuff in Russia and Ukraine that's come out last couple of days. And there's going to be some, I guess, interesting long-term effects that need to probably be considered. And then we'll just close out with some other global stuff. So we'll bring ourselves in and launch ourselves into the very first article. All right. Okay. So if anyone hasn't been paying attention to the news, in the last 36 hours, well, basically 48 hours, um, well, realistically in the last week, there's been a lot of coverage of what happened with um, the assassination of. Can I turn that? Stop that? No, I cannot. All right. The assassination of Charlie Kirk at a, well, Turning Point USA event at the University of Univers- Utah Valley University, UVU, in the US, and the resultant media and social media explosion that took place, and then the subsequent degree of um, consequential fallout for people who advocated not just hate speech, but which to a degree is protected, um, but advocated for violence against one side or another, and were, I mean, some people were just behaving abhorrently and got fired as a result. But there were lines that were crossed by a number of commentators and or media talking heads, etc. And as a result, people are facing consequences for crossing those lines. And there is, I guess, almost an expected wringing of hands by um, the media. And the way it's being um, framed by a lot of the media that continues is that it's been in an attack on free speech and everything else. Right, but there's a reason why he was cancelled in the first place. I can get rid of that. All right. Um, so he's unhappy. Jimmy Kimmel's unhappy that they've that ABC, which is owned by Disney, have pulled his show off air. And a lot of people supporting Kimmel saying like he didn't say or do anything wrong. But here's the thing, it's not Trump or the government that's taken him off air, despite what people are running around and screaming about. It was ABC doing it, or maybe ABC at the behest of Disney. I'm sure that'll filter out exactly over the coming days. It wasn't, now there may have been perceived pressure from the government, but in terms of how the, not the cancellation, but in terms of um, how people have been cancelled in the past, uh, media personalities have been fired in the past for making statements in support of one side or the other of politics. Uh, People should not be surprised that eventually there's a little bit of pushback against some of what people have said in recent days. I mean, just as a quick example, Gina Carano, Roseanne, Tim Allen, all were fired or faced sanctioning by their owning media organisations as such, or the more organisations they work for, because of perceived comments or perceived stance that went against the flow of the at the time, and basically were espousing more conservative viewpoints at a time when people felt that that was inappropriate and felt that they had the power to cancel them without repercussion. And this is one of the things why it should always be cautioned about bringing into force legislation or social behaviour or practices that target a particular group of people or target a group of people for whatever reason. Because come the day that the power of balance shifts to the other side, and it will happen, be it social power or political power, then those same procedures will be used against you. And people should not be surprised that that happens. And so, whenever you see stuff rolled out to suppress speech or to stamp down on things, you've got to stop and consider how that's going to look or how that's going to be applied against the people who supported it, because at some point that's going to happen. Whether it's done out of a sense of revenge or just because you now fall afoul of the political winds, so be it. So the, I mean, that's interesting to see uh, that they've included demands of donations to Charlie Kirk's family and Turning Point USA. I guess that's would be seen as a mea culpa, as a means to say, look, what I said was just speech. It had nothing behind it. I don't know that people are always necessarily um, capable of doing it, of separating feelings from words. And there have also been other voices come up in recent days, and the internet being what it is, always remembers things. So there are people who've come out and who were largely apolitical when they were in the public eye, who have said, look, you can't go over certain lines or certain things that you should really, from a unwritten social rule, shouldn't be crossing. But people just ran across it and now crying that they've got consequences coming for that. And I mean, everyone saw in last week how there is an effort or an approach where people are taking violent extremes for speech. And yep, like I was saying, on previous streams, it's sending a chilling effect through various creator communities in particular, but also sending it a bit wider as well. So uh, there was, before the cancellation in particular, there was an affiliate group. The so ABC, the US ABC, not the Australian one, ABC slash Disney, basically own Kimmel's show and then farm it out to affiliates, which are the regional broadcasters for then being carried onto the regional ABC affiliated networks and channels, so that the entire nation can see it, as opposed to just the main markets where ABC broadcasts directly. The preceding Kimmel's cancellation, the Nexstar Media Group basically said, nope, we're not going to show it. We're not going to show Kimmel's show again because of remarks that Kimmel had been making targeting Trump and Charlie Kirk. And, um, well, Kimmel appears to be, trying to continue to thumb his nose at things. But the funny thing is about going to Colbert's program, not only is it a competing network, Colbert's also being axed next year. Kimmel's contract was also scheduled to finish in May next year, so there was always the chance it may not have been renewed. Colbert's show, whilst there are concerns, obviously, from people about the nature of the speech Colbert has often been putting on his show and the slanted nature of most of it. The justification given by CBS for the cancellation is that his show is not financially viable and has not been financially viable for a long time. And people point to it as, well, in general, people would expect the show to be fairly neutral, but given how politically slanted it ends up being, it drives away a section of the population, which is roughly 50%. If you're going to drive away at least half of your potential viewer base, I don't know how you could expect your variety show to be, or your talk show to be considered viable for much longer. I mean, there's also the rise of independent, not talk shows, but mainly podcasts and stuff online, where people can go and, I guess, refine the product that they want to see and and go from there. I mean, certainly, apparently, the viewership he was drawing, I mean, Colbert at least, was less than a lot of high-profile online commentators, a lot of whom were ideologically different from him. So, uh, people back in the day when the Man Show finished up considered Adam Carolla to be the the well, not the higher profile, the um, well, it was Adam Kimmel and so Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla were the hosts. People considered Carolla to be the stronger performer, but Kimmel got the big money after the Man Show went away. Now, notably, Adam Carolla has, by and large, kept his mouth shut over time, hasn't really weighed into things, kept his opinions private or in limited distribution. I mean, even in a limited distribution, I dare say there's going to be people who would share it. So he's largely kept his um, political opinions to himself. They're not saying that everyone has to, but it seems a more appropriate path to staying employable. And I mean, it's the sort of thing every other person has to understand is that if you run around spouting hateful speech, political opinions that don't match with your employer, etc., and do so in an open manner, and it can be tied to you, then why are you surprised that you're not going to be employed for much longer? And certainly for the last several years, there's been a group of people who've not been who've not had to be considering the consequences of what they've said, not in terms of physical threats, but even in terms of, well, well-placed counter opinions or people arguing back from an equivalently sized or even larger soapbox to indicate the underlying nature or the evaporating nature of whatever support they might have had. So it's it's not unexpected that they're going to make these demands, to properly apologise or to properly walk back the statements that were made that were across the line. I don't know why people are suddenly thinking it's extraordinary claims or list of demands. It's like, no, you've done something a bit stupid. Either if you want to keep your job, you've got to basically show contrition for what you've done, or you don't keep your job. It's a performance review, basically. He's on a performance plan. I mean, and also you've got Sinclair, he's also involved as well. Now they're a group that was um, people were getting upset about them purchasing a bunch of affiliate stations and networks across the US because they were saying it was going to it was going to allow the organisation, which was, I guess, conservative leaning, uh, to push a narrative that they couldn't control, that the other people couldn't control. It's like, well, you've been pushing a narrative that someone else hasn't controlled. You're now upset that someone else is balancing the beam, so to speak. And they were putting forward examples where it was apparent there was a coordinated message going out to which other people then demonstrated quite clearly how the major networks and even major online presences would often be spouting down to the phrase exactly the same sort of stuff, but generally in different ideological stances. And so people would be ignoring the log in their own eye, effectively, to point out the speck in somebody else's. So, yeah, Kimmel's, yeah, behavior was across the line. We'll go with that. There's reading the room, and I don't know that he has the ability like just trying to think what his name is, the British comedian that hosted the Golden Globes and was on the British Office. I mean, there's a few comedians out there who can do this and who are known for going across the line all the time, and that's the nature of their performance. But at the same time, they get challenged a lot on what they've said, and um, it's obviously part of them with their humour, but they certainly don't have an easy way because of it. So it's uh, I don't think see Letterman's off target here. Now I'll say why Letterman's off target here in the next article we bring up because it's like because you're fearful of trying to suck up to an authoritarian. Um, did he not pay attention between well 2008 now, but over the period 2020 to 2024 when it was demonstrated subsequently that the Biden administration often had direct links into social media companies like Facebook and Twitter at the time, and were able to suppress stories, to able to suppress people's speech for no other reason than they didn't like it. They were able to get those companies to shadow ban or even outright ban people for nebulous reasons. And now Letterman's coming out and going, oh, no, 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 Trump's the authoritarian. This goes back to those previous arguments in previous streams about people not understanding or deciding that anything that doesn't ideologically align with them is authoritarian. Yep, Obama spoke out against Kimmel being taken off air, and if you go and look on X or Twitter when he made these statements, almost immediately the replies to his statements were being swamped with screenshotted captures of speech that Obama made that was violent rhetoric, and to the point of you you might say, "Oh no, it's just political speech," but take that away from it and look at what was said, and it's calls to violence. It's people would argue that, oh no, it's being used as a rhetorical flourish, but the problem is there's people out there who don't understand rhetorical flourishes, and it's very hard to see through that sometimes. And if you're going to take what one group of people have said and remove context from it in order to slander them, then you should expect people to take what you've said at face value. And there were many, many, many examples that were flooding his replies, pointing out that um, not only had Obama said and done things, but the Smith-Munt Modernization Act that um, that Obama had signed had effectively released some of the controls on US media in terms of what they could and couldn't say, and the degree of what some people would regard as propaganda being allowed to be spread by way of US media. Yeah, there's that's tone deaf because he's yeah it, it, he should know better. As a constitutional scholar, he should know better. But the the take on this is again he's saying, well, it was the administration, Trump administration, that did it. But again, it was ABC that cancelled Kimmel. Now, they may have been trying to preempt a move from the Trump administration, but up to that point, it had just been words, Trump saying, look, no, I didn't like what was done. Okay. As people protested, he's not a king or an emperor, despite what people might think. He's not an authoritarian. Even the articles claiming that he's authoritarian admit that he's acted completely within constitutional authority and within the limits of pre-established judicial and legislative boundaries. And people still saying that he's being authoritarian and everything else. No, no. Coming from a person who denied due process to American citizens before extrajudicially executing them by way of drone strikes, yeah. And yeah, yeah. So obviously the article is anti-Trump because it's coming from the media, and uh, this is like the argument that TV networks should have their licenses revoked. Uh, the Fox News channel used to call itself fair and balanced, and people were like, "No, you're not." If you look at the broader environment of US media reporting, it was one of the few voices that was conservative. So maybe you could say it was trying to present make everything else more fair and balanced. The argument coming from Trump here is being ignored by people in favour of, oh, he said cancel them. The argument being put forward is, well, if they're that heavily slanted, do they meet their requirements of their licensing under the FCC? Are they, if they're going to be that heavily slanted one way, now, then you go down to the argument of how accurate is the news they're reporting or the claims that they're making. But if you're 97% against a person who has now been returned with a plurality, been returned overwhelmingly by the populace and by the electorate, surely you now look at that as potentially being a politically aligned organisation that is starting to move across the boundaries of appropriate behaviour and become heavily slanted in what they say and do, and whether that then still meets their requirements or still meets their licensing terms. Again, he's not creating new laws. He's just suggesting that maybe these organisations are not meeting their obligations that already exist under the legislation. And it, I mean, CNN, MSNBC, Fox have more leeway because they're not broadcast stations, they're cable. And so cable networks have greater flexibility in the content they're able to produce and the amount of outright politicization that they're able to present compared to the broadcast networks. Now, the broadcast networks are licensed and managed separately. And I mean, I don't know that people necessarily knew that there's a difference or meant to be a difference between them. It's, I guess, if you come and look at Australian media, there is still slanted behaviour by broadcast and cable channels and stuff like that. But you can still see it in that Sky News Australia and Fox, well, Australia doesn't really have a Fox channel. Sky News Australia isn't necessarily, I don't think they used to have a broadcast license, but with the whole mix around of digital broadcasting and everything else, I don't know whether they are now considered a terrestrial broadcaster, but they weren't for a long time. And so that allowed them to position themselves very differently from 7, 9, 10, ABC, SBS, and who were the broadcasters. And the same in the newspaper space. There are certain things that you can and can't do as a newspaper publisher. So you've got, even here, you've got this different rules for different media, uh, broad, not broadcast media, different transmission media as such. And so the stuff from Trump is basically saying, well, it's he's effectively saying it's kind of expected that the cable channels will do this because of their legislation. But the fact that the broadcast channels are continuing this even after um, the election and everything else, it suggests that the politicisation of media and speech has extended far beyond boundaries that would have once been deemed normal or appropriate. So, and despite the upsetted rhetoric, yeah, this is true. It's up to the chairman of the FCC. Trump can say what he wants. He's not the one making the decision. So, um, it's he's made some very inaccurate. I say what Kimmel had done was made some very inaccurate statements in regards to the nature of the shooting and how it approached. And uh, apart from the fact that apparently breached the FCC rules, um, mm, I guess people feel emboldened because they'd not been pulled up before. So yeah, and it shouldn't be surprised that people didn't like what he said. And at some point, somebody who's got the means to cancel him came along, i.e., the people he works for. And so, yeah, you've got all sorts of odd statements coming from the unfiltered, unwashed masses in the comments beneath it. I mean, there's a bloke there that there's a commenter there that points out very briefly the origin and that he wasn't necessarily great, and uh, yeah, it's you can see from these comments that there's a lot of people here who, well, base their understanding on what the media told them. So I've seen one article that talked about what rules they broke. Now it's coming from the Federalist, which is, we'll go with a fairly conservative platform, but the it seems to be the only one that actually talks about what the FCC issue was that he broke. So the actual specifics, does it actually cover it? Here we go. Um, Violating the FCC regulations that prohibit news distortion or a hoax. According to the regulations, the broadcast by a station, so this is talking obviously about broadcasters, of false information concerning a crime or catastrophe, so I would say it fits the status of a crime. Some people would also say it as a catastrophe, violates the FCC's rules if the station licensee knew that the information was false. At the time, Kimmel made his statement saying that it was a MAGA dude that shot Kirk. It was well known that um, the shooter was left leaning, and whilst he'd come from a conservative family, it was known and had been widely published that he was active in, had espoused very much leftist positions, had um, the appearance of having pre-planned it, was in a relationship with a other leftist who was also trans. Had I'm not 100% sure whether the supposed chat logs had been released at that point, but there was enough information and that had been released and was readily available to indicate that no, he was not aligned. He was not a Trump supporter or anything. His family were conservative, but he wasn't, and there was plenty of evidence that showed that. So the licensee knew that the information was false. That can be demonstrated. Broadcasting the false information directly causes substantial public harm. Given the size of the soapbox that Kimmel stands upon, he is able to push his speech far wider, far louder, and with far more authority than somebody who's trying to point out the errors in what he has to say. The old, a lie will travel the world before the truth can get its shoes on. But to do so with supposed authority can be argued that it's pushing, not only is it pushing a false narrative, but it continues to stoke the flames of division. And given that Kirk had been assassinated for speech, surely the broadcasting network would have understood that continuing to push an inflammatory rhetoric that was wrong could have potential harm. Well, it certainly from a conservative outlet like the Federalist, they're going to be looking at, well, they would say that he willfully understood this. The um, the idea that the FCC license requires them to serve the public interest. So this is then comes to, I guess, what Trump was alluding to when he says, look, if these FCC license holders are going to be 97% against me with what they cover, how is that in the public interest, particularly when over half the electorate voted me in? Do you see where it's coming from? I mean, if you can't see that connection, if you can't see why that's a problem, you need to stop and think about it a bit more. But it's also, and then the article goes into a bit more about the differences between terrestrial and cable networks. So hence the relaxation in what you can say in terms of speech, what sort of words you can and can't say. But it's licensing. It comes down to licensing. And so yeah, people are like, oh no, it's a violation of the First Amendment. Well, sometimes speech has restrictions, particularly if you're being licensed to act in the interest of things. Now, quite clearly, this guy's carrying a political position on it, as opposed to a more neutral position. And I mean, yeah, that's a good summary of what I've been trying to say. And that's from, in fact, I didn't zoom in on this channel, on this site. There we go, now you can see. Uh, the public interest means you can't be running a narrow partisan circus and still be meeting your public interest obligations. All right, ignore everything that's going on around it. And that's a fairly reasonable statement, irrespective of who's in power in the White House or Congress or what took place. That is a fairly reasonable statement, irrespective of which partisanness you're talking about. And uh, yeah, you shouldn't be distorting the news. It's uh, it's interesting. Um, I mean, the article continues on more. I mean, obviously from the conservative viewpoint, it also points out, which a lot of the other articles have kind of missed, that NPR and PBS have faced funding issues after basically being shown and admitted to be very, very partisan in their coverage, which that P word letter tends to suggest that you should be presenting all information to your viewers because you're publicly funded. Your your role is not to take a side. Your role is merely to report what's there. But that's a bit difficult for some people to do, apparently. So it's kind of sad that it's only an organisation like the Federalist, so an outlet like the Federalist, that covers it. Whereas, I mean, even here in Australia, there's concerns about what can be said or done in terms of speech. There is, and we're not covering it today. Not, in fact, we're not covering it. Uh, there's an article to do with um, some stuff in Queensland recently, where basically it was there are limitations on what you can and can't say. Australia doesn't have a First Amendment type free speech protection and doesn't have whatever Keir Starmer thinks the UK has. There are limits. You can't be advocating hate speech. You can't be advocating violence. I mean, there was an attempt in federal government recently, not long ago, to update the legislation that covered different aspects of hate speech, and there are struggles, particularly as you had various interest groups saying, well, look, this should be regarded as hate speech, but that shouldn't, and people going back and forth trying to obviously protect their interests whilst retaining as much free speech in the other direction as they could. That could be difficult, but there is still limits of what you can and can't do. So you've got a post allegedly from a member of the South Australian Police Force that, well, implies that the death of Charlie Kirk was something wonderful. And does that cross the line for uh, actions, appropriate actions? Then um, they can be, well, they're being investigated under the Police Complaints Disciplinary Act. So they could face disciplinary conduct because of what they've said. Yeah, people in Australia shouldn't think that they've got the ability to say whatever they want about this sort of stuff. They could still find consequence. I mean, how did Australian news look at all this stuff? Well, if you come from it from their point of view, it's oh no, he took a minute to lose his career. It, but the other part of it too is okay, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. People were already unhappy with what Jimmy Kimmel often said and how he said it, and the idea that oh no, it's only a minor stir, well, exposes what the author of this article and its platform believes the nature of the speech was, which just goes to show a lack of understanding of the FCC limitations and the fact that okay, oh, it's only a minor stir. Well, it was a minor stir that caused the Next Media Group to stop carrying the show, and it's uh, I mean, I don't think necessarily these comments at the end here. It's specifically the comments relating to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't believe that the comments at the end in regards to Trump's response necessarily crossed the boundary or violated, as you saw in the Federalist article, what is appropriate. I mean, funny. Well, um, it's just people people thinking that they could have said and done whatever they wanted and not face consequences. But all right, the expected is then coming out. The they're going on the offensive. That um, yes, there is a financial element to it, particularly with the contract coming up for renewal in May 2026. But they're saying that it's a suppression of speech. That it's I don't see that. It certainly hasn't stopped any of the other channels saying stupid stuff. And so, yep, there's hand wringing and crying over here that, oh no, it's a suppression of speech. It's the problem that it's now crushing First Amendment rights, that it's sending a chilling effect through the news because of the cancellation of Kimmel. Um, well, don't say stupid stuff then. But it's it's dismissing the idea that, well, it's dismissing the information that's been building and been coming out in relation to the shooter and where he stands, and it's like, well, no, it's only little information. No, it doesn't matter. This is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's like, well, it does. Oh, look, I'm only slightly left. All right, well, how about the other 90% of the information that's come out that quite clearly positions him in a living in a space that would be regarded as extraordinarily leftist, even in a more leftist environment. And yep, okay, media here's running protection, running distraction over it. And there's nothing in what's come out of Nexstar in terms of the reason why they've decided against it. It's a fairly level-headed statement, and it establishes the reason why they feel that it's not appropriate to carry it. All right. And they're hoping for the resumption of respectful, constructive dialogue. In other words, things have been overheated. Right. Well, let's do what we can, take some of that heat off the um, stuff off the heat, and let things cool down. How do you do that? You can take some of the voices off the networks. But okay, now it's because they're involved in a takeover of another broadcaster. Therefore, they're apparently being buddy buddy with the FCC, and it's all an attempt to suck up to Trump. How about accept responsibility for what you did? But no. We can't do that. We've got to blame the right for something, and it's apparently the Conservatives' fault that they're trying to purchase things. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, for all the claims of authoritarian behaviour, it was the ABC. It was ABC/Disney that pulled it, not FCC or anything else. Now, presumably there would have been communication saying, look, we think this might be a bit too far. If you don't want an investigation, I mean, we will come and investigate it at some point. Is that an attempt to coerce? Well, no more than anything else. Ah, right. I mean, nothing but speculation. Here we are. Like, where are we in the article? We're most of the way to the bottom. Most of the way to the bottom. Oh, it's not. We can't do causal links. But I've just spent the last couple hundred words of article making people froth at the mouth at how bad Trump is and how bad these other people are for cancelling Kimmel, and it's all because of this that I can't prove. Uh, so distrust, claim deceit, block or approve and see. Well, okay. Hello, where is? Oh, right there. Okay. Why? Why Paramount settled the 60 Minutes lawsuit? It depends on which side of the political fence you sit on. And the fact of the matter was, they settled. Now, people saying, well, did they gave up? It's like, well, hang on. You can settle because you don't want the expense and you did nothing wrong. When the suit was widely considered frivolous, yeah, amongst a certain group of people, a broader view was that, no, there was merit. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been allowed to proceed. I mean, I'm pretty sure the courts still are not fully aligned with what Trump wants to do, and they'll never be fully aligned. And there's an ongoing lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal and New York Times, and it's pretending that what Trump has done is unique when pretty much every administration does the exact same thing. They pick who goes where and gets what and who has access to what. And oh no, it's an assault on the ability of the media to report or voice opinions. Um, do you read your own paper or look at any of your media? There's oh, it's an autocrat. Well, hang on. You still you've got an article here spewing vitriol that you cannot prove causal links on. The two things don't match up. It's uh, it's someone having a whinge because there's now focus turned on them and potentially having to having to have some form of consequence for what they've been saying unchecked until now. The funny thing is too, there was a press gaggle that the that ha spoke to Trump at one point, and there was an ABC, Australian ABC reporter part of it, and got to ask Trump a question. And there's the Prime Minister's going to be meeting Trump at some point, and that is expected to take place. And you'd think, okay, well maybe there'd be a reasonable question to be asked, but no, nothing to do with that. It was more to do with uh, it, but they're asking about Trump's business dealings. Now, as far as information's come out previously, he's divested himself appropriately. His children are running it. Yep, there's been some things that you could look at and go, well, did he make that decision in order to get a favourable political outcome, financial outcome? Well, he certainly lost billions in his first uh, administration. Now, I'm sure if he wasn't divested properly, there'd be a lot more yelling and screaming about it, but there's not. And so it appears as a cheap shot more than anything else. And so Trump kind of responded from the hip and basically took a swing, not a physical swing, took a verbal swing at the ABC reporter and the ABC, saying that basically asking stupid questions like that is hurting Australia's reputation, particularly when you want me to be thinking good things about your nation, leading into discussions with your leader. That part was left unsaid. Now, is that a case of you've got to flatter Trump if you want to get positive outcomes? Well, I mean, maybe you had to flatter other presidents to do the same thing. It's, yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, okay, hard right. Okay, well, National Senator Matt Canavan basically said we shouldn't be wasting money to send ABC reporters to the US. Uh, I think it's a bit of a side thing. Um, yeah, okay. Yes, lines. The average person would be interested in how a president is becoming so wealthy in office. So be honest and show us the wealth that Trump lost in his first administration. Show the wealth gained by Obama and Biden and the apparent payola schemes that come through after they've left office. I mean, you look at Obama's leaving office, there are a couple of very big financial windfalls that he gained that can, on the surface, apparently be traced to decisions made by his administration, particularly towards the end, in terms of where to grant certain high value contracts for mainly textbook production, and there's a few other things as well. And why else would he gain that windfall? Oh, all of a sudden people think he can do X, Y, Z. He's shown no history of that previously. So, yes, please, journalist, ask those questions. Explain how the politicians enrich themselves. Go on, show the relative wealth gain of the various presidents, including the current one. I think people would like to see that. But be honest. Show the truth. Don't slant it and hide things that are disagreeable with whatever your viewpoint is. So, uh, yes, he's having a whinge. He's having a cry. And we are going to be looking at an article a little bit later on about Australian journalists asking really tough questions of Hassan Piker appearing on the 7:30 report and how much they gilded the lily. I mean, there's other words I could use too, but I don't think they're appropriate for now. No, no, no. It's people having a whinge for being called out again. Uh, Still citing reports on ties to Russia, and which again disproven. It's like, I mean, uh, take Trump's statement on Russian ties on the surface of when was Crimea taken? When did the land invasion take place? If Trump was the puppet of Russia, as much as I said, why was nothing done in those 4 years that he was president the first time? It it it's it seems that every time someone tries to create an argument further that is disproven by reality, they convolute things more and more and more. It's like a kid being caught out in a lie that they're refusing to back down on. As you keep providing, showing the truth and providing evidence that they're lying, you'll see them make up more fanciful reasons why their lie is what you should believe in. Well, it's clear that some people never grew out of that phase. And of course, how do we back that up? Who's the real fake news lizard? Okay, it's Trump is fake news, fake news, fake news. Again, it's sort of tying into the calling out the Australian ABC reporter, and well, standover tactics. No, you you're getting a free shot here, and when someone finally pushes back against your rhetoric, you're like, it's too hard. It's standover tactics. I'm pretty sure I'm reading your article on the newspaper right now. I'm not having to go to some secret news speakeasy to get opinion that's not permitted. No, that was more social media 4 years ago when it was apparent people were shadow banned or outright banned for having the wrong opinion. Ah, crying about dismantling of things. There's fears for independence. Let's go back to that article a couple of days ago of the opinion of, oh no, he's a dictator, which admitted he is acting completely within his constitutional authority and within the limits of what's been established by prior presidents and legislatives and the courts. It's rhetoric, bad rhetoric. And it's like saying that he's made Jeff Bezos cave in. How? Bezos had more money than Trump. It was more. I mean, it was more a realization that the Washington Post had become overwhelmingly partisan. Democracy dies in darkness. No, no. Truth dies in the Washington Post. It, it it balanced a little, Like it became a little less partisan as afterwards, but still overwhelmingly slanted. Now, I mean, let's say don't pick an argument with people who buy ink by the barrel. Well, hmm, sometimes if people who are buying ink by the barrel are that wrong, yeah. I mean, it's also telling when they start losing the lawsuits, that tone changes and everyone else's tone winds up of how much harder it's become. Uh, okay. See, they're like, I know he's significantly increased his wealth since then. Where has the president's wealth come from in this regard? Has it been because of decisions he's made or because of decisions Congress has made or anything? Oh, therefore he can't seek damages because he's wealthy. No, bad argument. Bad argument. His um, gain in wealth was probably always on the cards, and realistically, it's probably a lot less than it would have been otherwise. Was, I believe, tied to the Truth Social Network, and there was a media group built around that sort of thing that, again, is divested to his kids at the moment, and it had always been scheduled to either go public or fund or whatever this time frame, irrespective of whether he won the presidency or not. So people are crying about something that had been scheduled and was public knowledge, if you'd chosen to look for it, from well before the election. Like from, I don't know, well, he'd been basically shaping to run since 2020. It is something that was basically had been, yeah, um, silly arguments. Anyway, the next one. I mean, sticking to it, it's like, okay, we're gonna push the idea that he's still in Putin's pocket. Really? Dear. The Department of War rebranding. Oh, it's because he's tough man, which is a bit odd given how anti-war he has been as a president, how much he's acted not to deploy troops wherever and whenever he can. Oh, but he sailed warships off Venezuela. Okay, yep. And he bombed Iran. Okay, and he also did bomb Syria in his first presidency. The the concept of a rebranding of Department of War takes it back to what it was known as through until the Second World War and a little bit afterwards. And there's a pretty good argument for why the rebranding should take place. It, if you're looking to run projects or put money into defence, are you more likely to give money to a project that is under the Department of Defence or one that's under the Department of War? Well, I mean, the whole idea of defence departments is that they should have kinetic operational capability to conduct warfare, not just to hug trees. All right, rebrand, be on message. Know that your role is to take and apply military power to further the interests of your nation. That's what militaries are for. Now people go, well, the defence departments, what? So their role is only to defend the nation. Well, they defend the nation's interests by carrying out hostile actions when they need to, or kinetic actions. Doesn't necessarily, hostilities doesn't necessarily mean hostile. Doesn't necessarily mean bad in this regard. It just means that you're going out and shoving a pointy stick in somebody else's face, whether you need to or not. But the idea is taking it back to Department of War reflects the direction of what it should be, reflects the stance of what it should be, and the fact that, well, a lot of the world already thinks the US military's an offensive organization that stomps all over the world, but it helps reframe in your mind what you're looking at. And the argument can then be made that, well, it's going to help, well, it's going to stop profligate defense spending because it's now, I'm not going to give that money to a Department of War. That's going to look bad. Well, I mean, there's a potential part of it, but I mean, personally, I agree with the rebranding. You don't you don't hide from people what the point of having a military is. Well, some people are trying, but there's no point. But oh no 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 no, we're going to rebrand the White House the Waffle House. Whoa. You're missing the point. Oh, but no 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 no. Putin still owes Trump. I mean, I'm wrong on the Department of War thing, but no, I'm right on this other one. So, uh, well, what a surprise. Yep. Oh no 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 no. This person's in Ukraine's pocket, and therefore everything is going to be bad. And well, at the same time, I also kind of agree with Trump's viewpoint on this, that at some point, if you're no longer, if you've got to make a tough decision at some point. It's a bit like the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan, which I think came as a surprise to many. I mean, it was always probably on the cards at some point, but somebody had to rip the band-aid off. And I think people who saw Trump as a warmonger were surprised it was Trump. People who saw Trump as being a traditional Republican going for smaller government and less involvement in foreign wars weren't surprised that he was looking to cut the cost and the fact he's a businessman. So this NATO thing is something he'd been on the, well, arguing against for since the first administration, which is that the NATO members need to take greater responsibility for, well, their contributions. They need to be spending that 2.5%, pretty sure it's 2.5% of their GDP on defence slash their departments of war. And that's part of the problem, is that a lot of these nations in Europe were like, oh, we don't want to spend on our militaries, we've got the NATO shield. Because militaries are, well, expensive, but we're a peaceful nation. Why do we want offensive war capability, sort of thing? I mean, New Zealand's kind of gone largely peaceful because they're like, we cannot fund a expeditionary military like we used to. Okay, fair enough. They can't afford it. They've recognised it and made it clear that that's the case. But the idea is that, well, if NATO's going to sit there and scream about things, then NATO needs to stand up and front up. And it can't just be the US carrying it. And so Trump's stance of, well, look, if you're going to scream about it, do something. It shouldn't just be the US funding it. And at the same time, there comes a point when there's going to be sunk cost. You're not going to get the money back. You're not going to get a return. And you need to then look at, are we at a point where we should stop? Now, we'll look at this a little bit later on about the drones and everything else that's going on. But is there a point where we should be stopped? It's not a case of abandoning Ukraine, but a recognition that it's a bottomless pit of money. And nothing really changed in terms of corruption between pre 2014 and now. So, eh. And that goes then to like, well, you look at the timings of the border breaches by the drones as being very suspicious, auspicious, maybe. Some people would say it as auspicious, but the timings seem a bit on the nose. So, and yeah, like I said previously, Trump comes out and says he's could have been a mistake again, which goes to support my argument that there is a channel of communication between Russia and at least some people in the West that allow them to rapidly update when things go wrong. So, unfounded speculation, really, really unfounded speculation. Um, and yeah, no, this person's like obviously disagrees with Trump and everything else, but they're being they're being petulant, really, and the complaining about Trump's not doing enough to sanction Russia. Well, he points out that NATO nations have still been buying oil from Russia. I thought that had been cut off 3 years ago. The fact that that's still going on, okay, I'm I'm very surprised. And the idea that, oh no, well, if you're going to sanction Russia properly, you got to sanction China because they're also helping Russia stay afloat effectively, although kind of not. Then that raises an interesting question of people are like, oh, I can sanction Russia but still buy their oil. But the consequence of sanctioning through a tariff half the world's population when you're reliant on a lot of exports from those nations, yeah, now there's going to be some consequences for people. Can your economy sustain the the loss of it? Now, obviously, Trump's trying to not nationalize, that's the wrong word, um, bring onshore. There you go. Onshore a lot of industries that were offshored previously. Bring manufacturing back within the US. Bring, um, yeah, the production pipelines into the US. Now, foreign companies can still build factories as long as they're within the US and staffed and stuff. It's to promote the US economy. Fair enough. Tariffs, some people say wrong, right, whatever. But the point being that he'd already seen this, and yeah, there were people yelling and screaming when it seemed there were backlogs uh, of shipping from China building up, and there's plenty of footage online if you only go look for it of how afraid manufacturers in China are at the moment, particularly not like Foxconn and the ones that have the big um, contracts with the major Western companies, but more independent manufacturers that sell grey market goods or even their own branded goods into Western markets because the orders have dried up because they can no longer be sold at a marketable rate. It's having an effect. Now, can the other NATO economies sustain that? I don't think so. I think a lot of them struggled even with the Russian sanctions. And as Trump pointed out, they're still buying from Russia, which is probably why Putin's just sitting there like, you guys are doing what? It and Trump pointed that out to Germany, and Merkel didn't like that in the first administration. Of look, you can't yell and scream about Russia if you're still buying the oil and gas from them. If you can't cut yourself off from it, then it's just empty words. And I think that's something that scares Ukraine is the realization there's a lot of empty words out there. So, um, oh yeah, no, it's all Trump's fault. It's all Trump's fault. Oh, but finally they're acknowledging that Ukraine is continuing, not just started, they're continuing their drone strikes inside Russian territory and everything, which most people have sort of looked away from or looked beyond and like, no, no, that's not really happening, and crying about Russian strikes in Ukraine. It's like, well, again, you're poking the bear in the eye. Don't be surprised when the bear pokes back. But yeah, people are lost the plot, I think. Um, this statement, though, is correct. Trump is just, well, I wouldn't even go since World War II. He's unique. He is unique as a president. He is a businessman first and foremost, and a politician second, or not even a politician at all. And that scares people because they don't know how to deal with it because they've been taught through their political science courses and their political degrees and studies and years of politicians of this is how things are. And then a businessman comes along and goes, nope, this is how we're going to do it, and demonstrates the failure of why there's been inaction because of political reasons more than anything else. And it scares the political class because they've built their empires on the way politics was done. And it scares them because it shows just how thin the paper mache veneer is. So, yeah, um, I, yeah, okay, this is, no, I don't believe that. I, I mean, I don't think he likes Zelensky for a lot of reasons, but um, certainly there was a surprising, I think Trump was surprised at the first impeachment how that was swung and probably didn't realize the depths to which people had their fingers in some pies that he wasn't aware of at the time, hence led to it. And no, no, no. This is just yeah. Okay, well, it's out of the New York Times. What a surprise! I don't know. Going to talk about that. Um, Putin. Okay, we've covered that one. Okay, returning a little again to the Charlie Kirk stuff. I don't know how that's defensible. I really don't know how that's defensible. Now, yep, don't lie about the don't sugarcoat the truth. But uh, breaking a societal norm like this can only lead can only end badly, very very poorly for people. And uh, well, if you're unsure why your behaviour should change when someone dies, have dignity in death. It's your ignorance of societal norms. You disagree with societal norms. Oh, you're saying it's because it's of spirituality or it's a Christian thing. No, I mean, okay, well, you've just told me where you sit in that world, but no, uh, no, don't. That's not true. It's speaking ill that it's just having respect for the individual. The idea that they're now past, they can no longer argue back. They've got no means to do it. That there are going to people who are going to mourn their passing. That you continuing to be inflammatory and hateful towards their corpse isn't going to be isn't going to give those people who need time to grieve the ability to do so effectively. That you're just going to upset them further and potentially lead to an aggressive, angry response out of them. When, look, it's simple enough to say, look, they tried, they did their best, I didn't agree with them, that they are no longer with us, and move on. Walk away from it. But no, no. I'd rather stand on the ashen back and keep spitting rhetoric. It's just like, why shouldn't I speak? So why should I stop? So why shouldn't I be allowed to speak ill of the dead? Oh, I'm not in the camp of celebrating his murder. One, two paragraphs away. Hmm. Okay. Ah, boy. Oh, this is interesting. I mean, obviously, I'd read this before, but it's just like, oh, great that we banned guns under Howard, the gun buyback scheme. But oh no, we turned back the votes, killed lots of people. Uh, Go ask the Mediterranean countries how that's going now. Hmm? Go on, go ask. Go ask the UK about how they're handling uh, channel incursions. Go on, go ask. And this comes back to an article, a statement I made previously that there was a lot of rhetoric that chased after this back in the day of people taking a moral high ground that didn't exist and pretending that, oh, it's all bad. But the reality was there had to be a procedure, a process put in place to not only preserve life for those who were in that situation, but that was fair, not just to them, but also all the others who were seeking asylum, whether they were in that boat or somewhere else. But that's a little bit of logic too far for these people. This inflammatory statement. I cannot speak highly of a person who, when living, was filled to the brim with hate, that he was a white Christian nationalist. He was the worst of US exceptionalism, that he hated Jews, blacks, Latinos, and hated black women. I, if you go on well, X more than anything else, there's plenty of people have come out and given the context for a lot of these alleged statements and shown that it was a very selective slice of a discussion, or it was a gross misrepresentation of his position. And a lot of the stuff that has come out in regards to these claims of that why he hated people came from Media Matters. Now, if you've never looked into who owns Media Matters or how they position themselves, maybe you should. Maybe you should go and have a look at what sort of partisan mouthpiece they are and how badly they stretch the truth in order to push their articles and things like that. It's like looking at the ADL's claims of political violence over the last 15 or 20 years and how they've applied their methodology and what is classed as right-wing violence, what is classed as left-wing violence, and who falls into what bucket. And the moment you start looking at it, it all falls apart because you realize that the methodologies used are flawed, are horribly, horribly flawed. Not only are they racist, but they misrepresent the ideology of the attacker, if it's known or not. They ascribe intent where none has been found, or ignore the truth that has come out in favour of the initial speculative report, and therefore, no, it's final. Do not challenge us. And I think, look, bigger scheme of things, I think the ADL and maybe the SPLC are going to be well, along with Media Matters, but those two organisations are probably going to find themselves a lot less relevant in the future because they've become, well, the ADL in particular has become attached to this outcoming, and the reality of people now looking at their statements and looking at the facts and then realising, hang on, we can see for ourselves what was said by the individuals concerned, yet you're claiming otherwise. Why are you claiming otherwise? Actually looking at it, and people have become a lot more active and unwilling to take, oh no, I say this, I'm right, do not question it. Well, people are questioning. They should. Question. Question authority. Do not take what you've been told at face value. Understand why it is you're doing something. Understand why it is you believe something. But for some people, that's far too far. And uh, just because he's anti-abortion, it's like Queenslanders have more sense. I don't buy that. Sorry. Um, Discredited great replacement theory. Discredited by who? Oh, discredited by a cherry-picked person from a university that likes us. That doesn't mean discredited. You're stretching the truth. But uh, look at the protests globally. Are they all being discredited? Look at what populism is. Look at the populist response to things. No, the, you're chasing a ghost that no longer exists. So yeah, it's uh, just because he disagreed with you, it's like I know he's hatred and division and bad, and it's like you quite clearly have never listened to the full extent of any of his debates, or even attempted to understand why he thinks the way he did, and that if we're to argue that the people challenging him during these debates have the moral authority for the grounding of their arguments, then we've got to be fair and allow him the moral authority for the grounding of his own arguments, and hence the open, free discussion of ideas. There's been some suggestion that the reason there's such a pushback on his ideas and these sort of articles is because it undermined very directly a lot of these claims, a lot of these beliefs that people carried that have been shown to be charlatan. And as a result, people feel threatened that their belief systems are under attack. Or maybe they're finally understanding what a lot of Christians felt when their beliefs come under attack and from the norms in society. It's again, people have lived in an echo chamber of ideas that have not been challenged or been allowed to be challenged, and so they fester and corrupt because they stew in their own juices. There's no one there to prune them back if they go too far, or if they prune them back if they're incorrect. And so when they finally come up against somebody who challenges that with competing ideology in speech, they react the only way they know how, with a temper tantrum. And so crying now about people being held to account for what they've said and done, and oh, it's the US is a bunch of sooks and it's McCarthyism coming back. As I said previously, if Trump was even a fraction of the dictator that people claim that he is, well, not only would we have right-wing death squads roaming the streets that they want, you wouldn't be seeing this sort of speech. This just would not exist. But no, they paint themselves this straw man argument of a boogeyman that doesn't exist, and they hide behind their free speech protections and use it to build rhetoric that has uh, sadly led to violence. So, yeah, incorrect ideologies, poorly created articles. Um, it it's uh oh no, it was bad that the okay this it's like oh no, they fired me because I've without things. I'm a black woman. I should have been allowed to spit hateful rhetoric without anyone checking on me. And then the other media's like, oh no, it was bad that they sacked this Washington Post columnist. She wasn't sacked because she was black. She wasn't sacked because she was a woman. She was sacked by the Washington Post, a notably leftist paper, because she lied and made up from whole cloth quotes that she attributed to Charlie Kirk, and then basically built a strawman and targeted it in her own columns, and basically went far beyond the boundaries of what was acceptable. I mean, you could argue that the Pulitzer Prize in the past, I mean, if you look at who the Pulitzer Prize was named for, it shouldn't surprise you that there are organisations that have had to hand them back because they were given for lying, in essence, claiming that, yeah, whining about Jeff Bezos and the Post, and then that it's uh, yeah, no, I don't want to read the comments on that. Really don't. Um, what else do we have coming through? I mean, there's also then the BBC had a bit of a take on it, and they're arguing over it. What the BBC have done is go and talk to Jimmy Kimmel's supporters about their opinions on why the show was axed. It um, it says, I mean, the BBC says it was, well, the FCC threatened to act against the ABC, so the ABC then went, fine, we'll take care of it. But uh, among the top chat show personalities, okay, give us the actual figures, give us the actual figures, and it's, yeah. There was one reason why I picked this up. There was something in here that, so, um, Barstool Sports, Dave Portney. Now, I don't think he's necessarily conservative or anything like that. I always thought he was, I mean, Barstool Sports are what they are. But this is a fair statement that when a person says something that a ton of people find offensive, rude, dumb in real time, and then that person is punished for it, that is not cancel culture. That is consequences for your actions. Right. That that is a very nice way to express what I've been trying to say for a fair bit. Uh, but it'll be it'll be interesting. But yeah, as you can see, the fans and stuff not understanding what it was, and then you've got people coming out and saying, "Oh, but it, but," it's, yeah. We will see. I mean, it'd be interesting to see the article here about what the Australian media considers the real reason. They were bad timing. They were poor timing. Um, that it was because of the attempted takeover. Uh, Wait a second. That's not the way the article was previously written. Previous articles were written. The other articles were implying that Nextstar owned the affiliate channels, that they weren't ABC's parent company. As far as I know, ABC's parent company is Disney. Hmm. Right. Okay. Yep. Okay. So the subsequent paragraphs imply that it's to do with the local owner. So, yep, this paragraph, this sentence is incorrect. But um, ABC parent Disney. Yep. Okay. So that sentence is incorrect. But so Sinclair Broadcasting. This wasn't seen in other articles, saying that yes, local TV giant with a conservative bent. Yep, you should have heard the screaming and crying when it started buying up local affiliates. That they're also going to suspend um, broadcasting of Jimmy Kimmel Live, and so you've got a lot of the nation suddenly not able to watch him because of what he said, and um, they're complaining about the FCC. Well, Paramount settled a suit with the president, but I don't know that the FCC had an impact, or maybe the consequences of their own actions. I don't. I mean, the allegation is that the FCC was pressuring the organisations to settle, but I don't think so. And ABC's settled another suit. It's yeah. So there you go. This, I mean, does go to explain a little bit more about why the FCC has the ability to do and say things, um, and that they were allowed. It's a reasonable statement that, yep, they could be very partisan, despite whole chunks of the population not believing that or holding those views. Which, yeah, okay, so that's not too bad. It's it's interesting though. I mean, okay, that's actually okay. That explains why it's a fairly fair article. It's because it's originally out of the New York Post, so it's not an Australian article at all. It's a New York Post article. I should have read the byline, which then explains it because New York Post is, I won't say conservative, certainly not as liberal as the New York Times. Hence, they're seen as far right. What else do we have? Yeah, another one crying about how it's the actual editors of the Sydney Morning Herald having a bit of a whinge about cancelling is bad for free speech, and it's a wake up call for proponents of free expression. Your pigeons strutting around the chessboard, really? You're also facing a future that is questionable in a media space where information is more readily available, and now that certain administration to social media links have been broken, the exchange of information ideas is a lot freer than it ever has been, and so people are actually able to see all aspects of an argument being put forward, whether they want to or not. Whereas even a few years ago, the allegation and the proven that they were suppressing those ideas, and yet everyone strutted around like they were winning the game of chess. But no, it's money, it's money, it's money, it's this, it's that. Yeah, nothing new, not a surprise, really. All right, that's enough on that topic. Something that I had a bit of a laugh at was Australia's government released um, this came out of the news, out of a podcast. So the Australian government released a paper, book recently, saying that Australia's at risk at certain climate change events in the next 30 odd years, and that certain targets were going to need to be met. Now, there were scientists, so scientists, politicians, interest groups, all had their fingers in the pie of the report. So that, I mean, it's one of those things that I saw commentary the other day suggesting that the sudden disappearance of people arguing about or for or against climate change recently is been because, well, the protest class can only think of one thing at a time, and they're currently focused on Palestine, but also the idea that this whole climate change stuff is an opinion of luxury. It's an opinion that can only be held by the wealthy, and that when that wealth dries up, your priorities shift back to survival. And hence, you're seeing a shift, and people obviously are blaming Trump. It's all Trump's fault. No, people are just using that as an excuse so they can back out of things without being blamed for it themselves. But this paper came out, this release came out, and um, one of the things that sort of stuck in the back of my mind after a while was whenever you hear the government telling you there's a problem, we're here to fix it, is that you should never believe that. It's often a means to redirect funds into places that can be hard to track, or new interest groups, all this sort of stuff. I think things like an inconvenient truth actually did more harm to the environment than um, Al Gore intended, and that the number of claims made during it, and given the difficulty with getting people to agree to do things environmentally thereafter, and the fact that the the sky's falling hasn't happened. There's a lot of chicken littles out there when it comes to climate change and everything else. Now, will there be significant weather events in the future? Yes. Will there be significant droughts and floods and extreme weather conditions at times? Yes. Has there been in the past? Yes. Are there going to be more or less? We don't know. We believe that there will be more, but that's only based on the models we can create. Now, my argument to all of this is it's like listening to a stock somebody in the stock market. If you really knew what you were doing, why aren't you using that ability to create accurate models for those purposes? The the longer, the more effort goes into understanding the climate and everything else, the better we are at understanding the various drivers of both weather and climate. And so, for example, 20, 30 years ago, 30 plus years ago, the idea of an El Nino and La Nina weather events were kind of starting to come into public consciousness. The idea of a weather driver for the Australian continent being the Southern Oscillation Index, which uh, has to do with um, weather patterns in the southern oceans, and therefore sort of drove how the weather fronts, etc., passed through Australia. Now, the ability to predict El Nino and La Nina events is poor. I mean, just today there was an article saying a surprise La Nina event. Well, okay, that's okay. It's weather. People will argue it's weather, not climate. Well, La Nina is probably more on a scale that is climate based more than weather, given the scope of how it applies. And it it's it's a question of, are we seeing more of these events because we're recording them better? It's like the idea that rogue waves were not considered seriously for centuries until maybe 20 or 30 years ago, when they started being able to record them effectively. They'd always existed, they'd always had effect, but until they got seen, they were dismissed. So when it comes to the climate report that's come out, now where I've covered what I consider the spectrum of environmental concern, from environmentalism, conservatism, sustainability, and exploitation, and where I think people should sit, which is somewhere between conservation and sustainability. That yes, we should conserve as much as possible of the natural environment that has been untouched as possible, but for those elements of the globe where humans are doing things, that we should aim for sustainability. Now, part of that sustainability includes things like power generation, waste management, uh, management of water resources, and water availability, all that sort of stuff. And the idea that quite realistically, we're going to have resource wars in the coming centuries, particularly over availability or access to fresh water. That'll happen. And but at the same time, we shouldn't go all chicken little because natural processes are happening that were always going to happen, but people disregarded in order to settle in locations that were never going to be viable long term, such as settling on coral atolls. Now, the natural formation cycle and of a coral atolls is that eventually they'll disappear below the waves, not because of sea level change, but because of the nature of what they are. Same goes for building along certain coastlines, looking at whether or not that coastline is destructive or generative. That the way the ocean currents and the waves act upon the coastline will be either to deposit sand and build more coast or to eat away at it. Now, you look at pretty much anywhere people have been building things on the coast, there's going to be examples where building things like breakwaters has negatively affected the coastline, either up current or down current from the breakwater. And so people then having to build, so engage in sand pumping or dredging in order to reconstitute those areas of the coastline that are now heavily eroded. Now, there's going to be a corresponding area that's now being silted up because the uh, ocean can't deposit the sand in the or mud in the location that it would normally do so, and so you've changed the local um, processes somewhat. By the same token, the idea of building on barrier sand dunes and then wondering why your suburb got washed out to the ocean next time there's a hurricane is, well, short-sighted to begin with. I mean, there's a reason barrier dunes exist, that they're there to absorb the worst of storm surges and things like that to then further protect the soils and terrain further inland. Now, if you build on your barrier dunes, you're going to, or remove their protection, you're going to lead to increased salinity and stuff. You're going to get storm surges penetrating further inland. You're going to have a bad time. Bit like, I guess, the wards of New Orleans that are built below the water table. When the pumps died and the canals were breached during Katrina, of course they were going to flood. That's not climate change. That's just people building in a location that should never have sustained human existence. People do all sorts of weird things that would never should never have sustained long-term building, or they should have accepted that it was always going to flood. And the same goes for all sorts of things and places and whatnot. So there are local variations, and the idea of being sustainable is that, well, uh, we want to pollute the environment as little as possible, because that affects the ability for it to be sustainable. But at the same time, we need power, we need energy generation, we need to have a compromise and an understanding. And the same goes for these renewables. The idea that the total cost of the total life cycle costs have to incorporate manufacturing and disposal. It can't just be the 5 to 15 years that the solar panel sits on your roof. You've got to have a detailed appreciation and understanding of, well, how many rare earths or what sort of pollution was involved in manufacturing? Have I irreparably harmed a biome elsewhere in the world purely for the ability to virtue signal a solar panel? And what happens to it when it runs out of life? Can it be reclaimed, or does it then pollute landfills somewhere and therefore potentially leach into a waterway? Are there chemicals within it that are going to affect it? I was talking about the wind generation turbines of using exotic composites, that it can be very, very difficult to reclaim a composite or to recycle it. And yep, existing power generation systems are often quite dirty and have terrible life cycle ownership as well. But we shouldn't pretend that renewables are significantly better in that regard. There are drawbacks to them as well. And having a government come out and say, oh, you've got to do this, you've got to reduce emissions, you've got to do X, Y, Z. It's like, well, you, you're going to put the brakes on the economy in some places doing that. And you then got to question who's going to benefit from it. It's like the water trading for the trading of water rights on in the Murray-Darling Basin. They were horribly oversold because people used to flood irrigate and a lot of the water returned back into the waterways. People got more efficient, kept their allocations, but started drip irrigation or other low evaporation schemes. And so we're more directly using a larger portion of their allocation. But if the river had been sold 4 times over, by the time you get 25% of the way down the water flow, there's no water left. But the idea that you're going to take someone's water allocation away from them, oh, that didn't go down well with farmers. Nor did it go down well with the people who's established businesses selling water rights trading, like carbon schemes trading. There's ways to scheme around things. And so when these sort of things come out, you've got to look at it. It's like, well, how many people are benefiting from it? Who's got some trading scheme set up that's going to exploit the people that it should really be benefiting, or because they're going to make a buck? And so the idea that there's going to have these 2035 um, uh, emission schemes and stuff, I and the reason we're one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitters per capita, one, we have low per capita per amount of space. We still have a range of primary industries that generate um, a lot of greenhouse gases. I mean, not so much anymore. I mean, steel mills are closing around the place. I mean, bauxite mining and production of aluminium still generates stuff. We are natural gas producers. Are they counting emissions of subsequent burning of oil and gas from the Australian fossil fuels elsewhere as contributing to Australia's emissions? I mean, sometimes there are some papers that do that. So, yeah, they're looking at 2005 levels, and well, quite reasonably, quite expectedly, no one is happy with the government. There are people who say you're not going far enough, and others that you've gone too far. It's boy. I mean, it's great to have a target. It's always good to seek efficiency. Be more efficient in using the power that you've got. Be more efficient in using the resources you've got. Be more sustainable. Aim for those targets. Most certainly. But don't be delusional about the impact or the actual cost of some of this stuff. So, uh, okay, renewables backed by gas and battery storage. Okay, so well, we're not completely abandoning fossil fuels, but I mean the gas generators have the benefit of being very, very quick to spin up. They have a different pollution profile to coal and oil. But battery storage, oh, that's an interesting one. Um, Battery tech is continuing to improve, but it can be very, very, very problematic still. And the idea of the battery storage is kind of to cover the gap in production that renewables often have, i.e., no sun at night, intermittent wind, that sort of thing. And I mean, even pumped hydro has a problem because you've got to flood valleys and all sorts of parts of the environment to build the dams. And they use a lot of concrete. Concrete emits greenhouse gases when it's curing. It's like there's no one good answer. And of course, well, environmental groups are saying you're not targeting hard enough, and industry is saying no, you're going to put the brakes on too hard. Yeah, well, it's uh, it's interesting. I mean, 2030, 2035, what, that's 5 years away? Oh, surprisingly, it's a couple of elections away. 70% cut by 2035. It's like saying, oh, we're going to have all electric vehicles by 2030, and then watching as the manufacturers go, that's not going to happen. Oh, and then never mind the fact that your power supply, your domestic power supply is constant brownouts and blackouts at random times of the year. No, 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 no. We can support having all electric vehicles sucking down even more power out of the circuit. And like, no. So, and and the causal links. It's yeah. I can understand why Trump withdrew from the Paris Accords, but the Greens, no surprise, saying targets are dangerously low. I mean, still, you're asking for almost three-quarter reduction in emissions. I mean, even two-thirds, which is like the lower range, that's still pretty decent. Uh, I yeah, I think it's because it's a not liberal as in the party, liberalised as in a leftist government doing it. That's why they think they've had the chance to do this. I mean, the Australian energy network, electricity network, is yeah. I don't think they're going to put the funding. Yep, the funding's nowhere near what's needed for everything, and obviously, well, the opposition doesn't know what it's doing, to be honest, in this regard. But yeah, I yep, I kind of agree with this statement. It's yeah, I mean, we're about to see an article in a little bit talking about how the price of everything is outpacing inflation and everything else. The climate risk assessment, that's what the thing that they released was. So, yeah, climate risks, rising sea levels and heat waves. And I was like, well, what country do you think we live in? What continent do you think we exist on? It's like, uh, I mean, certainly do your best to make it more comfortable to people who live in the extremes of weather. Uh, Build better housing that is more appropriate to the environment. Try not to build in floodplains, except that you can't build where people have built. No, that's too hard. Too much money in that. So yeah, I mean, uh, this is just, I guess, the article that grounded in Fantasyland that also backed that up. I mean, it's yeah, even reaching so an industry grouping here. reaching even that 2/3 is going to take a lot. And yeah, it's making a lot of assumptions that I don't think are um, necessarily achievable. Now, Twiggy Forrest, interesting comments from him. I wonder what he sees down track, but yeah, that comment doesn't cost him anything, to be honest. All right, yeah, look at some more social stuff. First one, we have our under 16s ban coming into effect in a couple of months. So from December, um, that under 16s are going to be facing a social media ban, and obviously other countries are chasing similar things. So it's not completely unique. December 10. I wonder how that's going to be achieved. They want the ban to be as minimally invasive as possible, and that social media platforms will not have to verify the age of every user on the platform, which kind of goes a little bit contrary to the way the UK went. And obviously, this is targeting under 16s. Now, I get the point, reducing online harms, and it's when we looked at the video the other day, and I will upload it as a clip at some point, of the professor that was looking to reframe the left-right paradigm or the spectrum of political thought, and went down liberalism as being on the path to authoritarianism because it's seeking greater government involvement, it's seeking greater regulation, it's seeking greater um, direction by the government over the daily life of citizens. Yeah, sounds like authoritarianism. But the point being that this can only come from a liberalised government, that it's the government stepping in to enforce what, well, should it be parents handling it? Um, should it be the industry doing it? But at the end of the day, the government's stepping in to do it. The the ship has long sailed on this, and so keep backing Australian families and keeping it safe. Now, Chromebooks, for example, became a big thing for a lot of schools to provide. I know there's a couple of states and territories that provide them to their students at various stages, and then they lock them down using certain standards that they'd set during um, the contracts to acquire them and everything else, and the services and everything else. What those um, contracts were, though, were not very good. I'll say that right now. I've seen some of these Chromebooks and the way they've been locked down or not locked down, and they've basically created for themselves a picture or a self belief that the nature of the restrictions on the laptops is suffice to protect the students who are somewhere between 10 and 18 years old. In practical terms, though, there are a lot more restrictions that can and should be enforced, but because of the way the laptops, the Chromebooks are configured, it they they get upset whenever they encounter something like a DNS filter or some other external filtering product, which is quite likely going to be well, if a family is looking after taking responsibility for the access of devices to their internet network inside their router, like downstream from the ISP, then you're probably going to be running a filtering solution or some sort of not so much a VPN, but maybe some sort of internet security product on your network. Now, these Chromebooks throw an absolute wobbly when they hit those because they have a heartbeat that reaches out to certain uh, third-party locations, And if you deny that heartbeat, which is which appears on the network as an uncommanded network connection, which is the sort of thing you want to stomp on, the Chromebook refuses to operate. And so you've got this device that necessitates the network manager, so to speak, having to open a pathway for something that shouldn't be being, shouldn't, well, I mean, obviously they've got to track the Chromebooks, got to know where they are, all that sort of stuff, but demanding the weakening of network security to allow the device to go on the network is not good practice. But no, people wash their hands of it and say, oh, I know what I'm doing. The contract said this. The vendor said it's all okay. Of course the vendors are going to say it's all okay because that gives them money. In practical terms, you're telling somebody to weaken their network security in order to allow the Chromebook to have its heartbeat. It also doesn't prevent certain actions and activities being undertaken by the students. Quite often, the Chromebook will have a linked uh, Google account as a Google student account. I'm not 100% sure what they're called, but that then allows them to access certain range of Google products and services. And the Chromebooks will often have a camera attached. And so whilst it may be disabled most of the time, it doesn't stop the students from using it under for specific operations. Now, you're going to you don't need a lot of imagination to understand what a group of 10 to 18-year-olds with well, it's monitored device are going to be able to find out what to do with them. And so there are means by which you can further restrict activity and things like that. But it, I've seen it lead to cases where there's inappropriate behavior, inappropriate imagery, inappropriate, um, like almost extortion going on because, well, they're teenagers, they're going to find ways around restrictions. But because people were restricted from managing the devices any further, from ensuring that the camera never is accessible, for example. And uh, people are told, oh no, the vendor knows what they're doing. Well, there's a reason there's a lot of internet security products out there. It's because they don't work that well, or they're overly sensitive in one direction or another. Which is why I think there's the people who know what they're talking about and who've been around the industry or been around information security for a while have been very, very nervous about what's coming down the pipeline for this because of, well, one, they know in practical terms how difficult it is going to be to enforce this, and two, they're concerned about the mechanism by which it's going to be enforced because any mechanism that comes close to being able to enforce it is going to be very, very dystopian and authoritarian. And it's one of those things of you don't give politicians access to things like this because it's going to be used in an authoritarian manner in a very short period of time. And it goes against the principles of how the internet gained popularity and widespread use in the first place. Um, but then again, a lot of these people also still complain about the commercialization of the internet full stop, saying that the eternal September was when the internet died, really. But that shows their age, I guess. But I'm surprised Sarah Hanson Young has this viewpoint. Um, okay, she's got some interesting viewpoints. We'll go with that. I'll be polite like that. But yes, it's going to be a debacle. We'll go with that. And I mean, it's funny. I've been talking to some teenagers, not by offering them free candy. But I mean, some of them are like, yeah, okay, the band's going to come. But the funny thing is, there's a bunch of 10-year-olds running around going, well, we just don't log in. We're going to be able to access everything we accessed before. And now we're going to be able to pretend that we're adults. And it's like, well, it's not a case of Gen Z versus Gen Alpha. It's the fact that 10-year-olds are running around with a better understanding of the ineffectuality that this is going to be. And the teenagers are like, yeah, whatever. If I can't use YouTube for resources, then I can't write my school assignments as well, and not my fault. And it's just like, ah. And if we look at what else has happened globally with this, Nepal. Are we going to see a Nepal happen here? No, probably not. That would require people to get off their backsides. Never going to happen. But breaching of rules, yeah. I, I, I still think that if we had the ability to vote and have the ability to vote, if we had the ability to elect directly the e-safety commissioner or find another way, I don't think she'd be given the role. If there was more accountability like that, it's a position that wields way too much power to be an arbitrary appointment. Or it needs to be given to someone who's not had the work history she's got. So, um, now, okay, we talked earlier on today about who's being authoritarian. Oh, you can just hear the jackboots marching down the street with this one. There may be a few completely solidly do nothing. Okay, companies do nothing, not a surprise. Just to test out Resolve, and if that's what they plan to do, we will meet them with force. Um, I don't think that's your place to say that. You can recommend. I don't think you can direct. Maybe. Oh boy. So if you don't retain personal data from age checks, how do you know you're going to do it? And the whole point is, people are rightfully enough frustrated with third-party age identity providers, like third-party companies holding on to age and identity and things like that for identity theft. This is just going to be an identity thieves' wet dream coming up in the next couple of months. And anyone who's been on the internet for more than a week probably knows a dozen different ways to pretend that you're overage or underage. Ah. I mean, back in the day when Leisure Suit Larry uh, was released, there were a lot of under 18s who suddenly learnt a lot about American history and uh, suddenly learned a lot to appear to be over 18 to pass the questionnaire before the game to let them in. Law of unintended consequences. So, yeah, it's not foolproof. I I don't think parents want to use this as a security blanket to begin with. Um, but and if and there's also the concern, all the screeching about uh the about Trump crashing down on free speech, not that he has, it completely ignores the effect that this is going to have on the ability to control speech and limit the accessibility of people to find things. It's going to take, once you define something as being non-approved speech, you can hide it from people, and therefore we go back to the idea that you can quite easily suppress complete political viewpoints. Yeah, yeah, I don't think that is a good thing. Anyway, all right, what else has gone bad? This has appeared on a few on a few news organisations. The idea that people are offsetting retirement. Well, the whole concept of retirement in terms of history is only still relatively young. It's like people never really expected to have a retirement um, until relatively recently in world history. So the idea that people are continuing to work into their 70s shouldn't be a surprise. But why it's a surprise or why it's newsworthy is because, well, of recent history where you're like, oh, people should be able to get a pension or have superannuation or have a comfortable retirement. They should be able to finish working around the age of originally 60, then 65, now 70 and 75, depending on workplaces and timeframes, or maybe not even at all. And the idea was that not every worker would make it to retirement age. There was an expected, I mean, that's what actuaries are for, to work out how much of the working population were going to die before accessing retirement. Therefore, you only need to fund a pension scheme or a pension that supports maybe 80% of the initial working population, and people are going to remain on the pension for 5 to 8 years before dropping off the perch. That's why I don't like actuaries. They're scary people. Um, they're accountants of death. Wow. Uh, so, yeah, 10% of men were working into their 70s uh, just 20 years ago, and it's now 25%. So, I mean, a bit of a change. And oh, yeah, retirement age is now 67. But if a quarter of men are working into the age of into their 70s, well, I still think the average age is only hold on a sec. Yeah, so the lift in the mandatory, like the age you can access pensions depends on when you enter the workforce. And so it's increasing to 67 and pushing forward. Again, actuarial tables. And yep, okay, there is that certain element of people want to be active in retirement. They want a reason to get up out of bed. Um, it's a thing that quite a lot of people just drop dead the moment they stop working. Now, sometimes it's because they have to stop working for medical reasons. Other reasons, times it's just they lack motivation. They lack a reason to continue and so give up. Um, it's, yeah. Now, people like this, like a professor, like of urology and things like that. Okay, it's a sort of job you could see someone continuing where you're no longer as hands-on, but you're providing um, emeritus type stuff. Emeritus, is that the way to pronounce it? Senior knowledge, senior knowledge, good knowledge into the system. Now that then has well carries across into other things like uh, the fact that uh, electricity bills went 27% higher than inflation. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so we've been talking about inflation's now, well, 2.7% annual. But the fact bills have gone up 27% higher, so does that mean 30%? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I didn't like what my electricity company told me, and rates have gone up and everything else has gone up. So it doesn't seem like much, 36 cents to 39 cents per kilowatt hour in a couple of years, but that's 10%, a bit over 3 cents, or just on 3 cents, and that doesn't count into taking into account supply. So that's supply. The Sorry, that's usage. Doesn't take into account your supply cost. Um, uh, yeah, uh, yeah, I can tell you, if you got 6% over the last 2 years. Good on you. But yeah, creeping inflation and above inflation increases in bills. And I've been saying this. Nice to have figures to back it. Well, they're always there. And again, they rose again in July. The new default market offers a ceiling price. And that's the thing. If you set a ceiling price for a market value, it's going to hit that for things like electricity supply and things like that. You see it in planned economies sometimes where they'll set a ceiling price on the supply of a certain item or goods. And problem is, if that price is set unrealistically, then people are either going to go to the black market or it's always going to be at that cap because every time you move the cap up, it's trying to re-expand to capture what the free floating market rate should be for various reasons. And so it's one of those things that, yeah, having ceiling prices set can be dangerous, very dangerous to the cost of the real cost of goods. Um, but yeah, I mean, up to 10% in some states, it's just like um, increasing transmission and wholesale energy costs. We know it's not welcome news for consumers in the current cost of living environment. Huh. Uh, oh, yeah. See, that's it. Some retail costs highlight that properly. Gone up 35%. But to see a $75 energy rebate, I don't think that's going to match up. If you're, I've seen it from people living in colder locations in Australia, not that Australia has really cold locations. Um, the cost per kilowatt hour or the equivalent cost for heating and gas uh, can be basically, well, BTUs are British thermal units, they're not really used as much. But the cost to heat with gas versus electricity is within a couple of percent of each other. And well, used to be within a couple of percent of each other. And so it almost didn't matter for a given property, whether you had gas heating or electric, reverse cycle or whatever, your the amount of energy you needed to heat the space was basically the same. Thermodynamics. You can't change that. And it just so happened that the market supply rates and everything else turned out within a couple of percent of each other. As there's a push for increasing electrification of things and the cutting off of domestic gas supply to greenfield sites and things like that, you then become dependent on one energy source or one energy type. And so if that outpaces the rise of gas or there's issues in energy supply and electricity, you're putting all that demand, all that extra work that needs to be carried out onto an electricity grid that's already struggling. And I mean, the idea is that over time, as more renewables come online, there's better supply and everything else. That doesn't seem to be the case, though. It doesn't seem to be outpacing demand. It seems to be barely meeting demand. And then they're going to say you need to put EVs on the network. Yeah, ain't going to go well. What else did we have coming up? So, talking of finances at the moment, there's people who've given up living in Sydney and going elsewhere for a year. I remember, probably 10 years ago now. No, actually longer than that. 15 years ago now. I had the good fortune or misfortune to sit next to an economist on a plane, and they we got chatting, and we were flying out of Sydney, I think, and we got to chatting about they'd been an economist in Sydney and Melbourne and most of their career, and Canberra and other bits and pieces, and for some reason we got to chatting about the cities and where it's nice to live and stuff. And I remember the blanket statement he made was never live in Sydney because the cost of living is so expensive for what you get compared to Melbourne or Canberra or Brisbane or other locations. And well, Melbourne's catching up now, but he said it's just not worth it. You're not going to get the return, the quality, the life, the your lifestyle quality ain't so great. Um, I mean, there's a lot of things you can go and do, but it takes effort, a lot of effort to get to them. And unless you're living that sort of a lifestyle, no, don't live in Sydney. So this article that popped up today, well, yesterday, is kind of interesting of people who are like, it's too expensive um, to to live in Sydney and to come back. So this person here's gone and worked over in the UAE as a teacher, and so earning the bickies, but still finding that um, it's well, she can live comfortably elsewhere, but it's hard to live in Sydney, and people sort of don't realise that Sydney is like one of the world's most expensive cities. Um, and the fact, well, I mean, she was able to buy a property back in Sydney, but yeah, $900 a week in weekly mortgage repayments on a one-bedroom apartment in the inner west. So we're talking about Balmain, and that's 1,800 a fortnight on a one-bedroom. That would imply a 25-year mortgage, maybe a 30 of about, depending on when she bought, probably half a million plus, maybe 700,000. That's a lot for a one bedroom. And yeah, basically saying that the cost of living, her accommodation costs would be over half of her income. Well, obviously the figure people talk about you're wanting to aim for is a third. Well, how do you reconcile that if a one bedroom apartment would be taking over 50%? Now, A, you're not paying teachers enough if they can't afford to live. Um, who can say? I mean, for people who've got the ability to work from home or work remotely, not a problem. Go go live elsewhere. But as it goes back to what the Economist had said, that if you've got the appropriate lifestyle, yeah, fine, live in Sydney. But if you don't, it's expensive, ridiculously expensive. Like there's a cost that comes with just living there. So, uh, yeah, the leaving the city just to work elsewhere. I mean, well, I think a part of it is like, what's the impact of living in Sydney? Part of that comes back to one of my favourite topics, which is infrastructure and and building. And so they're trying to expedite the planning process in New South Wales to help people plan and build, well, houses, fixings up. And yeah, I mean, that looks like a nightmare of, I mean, I'm sure it makes sense at some point to someone, but the idea is that, well, developers will be happy, but the the fact it's so complex is a barrier to people being able to build. Well, yeah, legislative pains in the backside. Um, yeah, you need to consolidate and make things more efficient. 20 different government agencies before being able to build something? No, no, very difficult. Um, oh, but at the same time, there's a reason why some of these protections are in place. You don't want it's because somebody has broken the rules or stretched what they should have done, and you've ended up with a really bad development in a poor location, badly supported, badly built, environmentally destructive, and it needs to be well captured. And I mean that's the reason why these policies got put in place because something happened. So, yeah. I mean, and then the funny thing is, there is an article, in fact, I'll jump straight to it, so that was the ABC. News.com.au then says that, well, there's NIMBYism means people can't build, and so they're trying to do the planning reform, but people are leaving. Hey, we just had that other article that says it's too expensive to live in Sydney. Well, okay, being able to build more housing might help, but slowest approval times, lowest number of houses, most expensive rents. Well, I know a couple of other cities not far behind. And so people are leaving and it gets harder. So, yeah, basically it follows on from the other article. But if we talk about things that impact it, we've got um, we've got a regional district looking to ask for basically an existing health district to be split up because they're feeling that their needs are not being adequately met the way that the district is set up. Now, we talked about this previously about how in the regions you're going to basically filter through systems up the network until you get to a bigger network, a bigger supplier. So you go through your district hospital to your regional hospital to your base, well, regional slash base hospital, and then off to the big cities, off to the big smoke, and that you've got different levels of support at those different levels. And so they're arguing here that the um, existing Murrumbidgee local health district that Griffith is a part of is a little bit too big for the needs of the people in Griffith and the immediate area. And so that the current way that the Murrumbidgee Local Health District provides services out to Griffith isn't good enough for what the population needs, and therefore they need to split the network and so yeah, introduce a new district um, and focus resources like that. But that means cost. Yep. If you live regionally, I mean Griffith is more. What were they? 10 to 15,000 people, I think. But anyway, they're a regional centre, not big, not that big. Uh, so the fact that he's got leukemia living in proper regional New South Wales and cancer and needed amputations and stuff, you're not going to get that support in Griffith, plain and simple. I mean, maybe in Wagga Wagga, which would be part of the Murrumbidgee Local Health District, that'd be with the next major site up. Then maybe to Canberra, more than likely to Sydney. And there you go. I mean, he's talking about uh, having to go to Sydney for treatment or Wagga and then a couple of days back in Griffith. And it's like, well, I talked about this the other day that you've had people having to travel hours and hours and hours for treatment or days and days for treatment that if you're working, it's coming at a massive cost to the workplace. And well, these guys are presumably retired, and that the level of care that he requires just isn't being provided in regional Australia. The amount of money needed to have high level oncology services way out in the regional areas just isn't there. I mean, we talked about the ACT having difficulty with psychiatric services and people having to go to Sydney and Melbourne from Canberra, the national capital. And that's why I said Canberra's little more than a large regional centre. And people need to sort of wrap their heads around the idea that outside of the major cities, you're going to face this lack of services. And even if they do break it up, it's still not going to do things. I mean, Griffith to Wagga honestly isn't that far. But yeah, the idea that you need to go and get travel for broken bones. I mean, I've lived in towns that didn't have hospitals, so wasn't far off with my guess. I said 10 to 15, 23,000. All right, so you are looking at a reasonable population centre. Anything over about 15,000 in regional Australia is going to be pretty big as a regional town. I mean, most towns I lived in before going to uni and stuff like that were 6,000 or below. Um, the biggest centres nearby were, well, up to 50,000. They were big regional centres. But there'd be maybe no more than a dozen proper regional centres that were in that 20 plus thousand bracket at the time. Everything else was, yeah, thousands. And I mean, the towns I lived in had satellite settlements that only had hundreds of people living in them. So, yeah, I mean, coming from that lived experience, looking at this is like, and what do you expect? But at the same time, you should demand quality services. That's completely fair. But you've got to temper that with the understanding that you just don't have the resources to support it. And yes, you do need to have these services and support and everything else like that. And it's kind of sad that, yep, there's a shortfall and you don't get that. It's just, uh, it, it's, it's what it is. And hence, you've got to move people up. I talked about this with the Northern Rivers system, that you feed people out of the smaller hospitals, out of your district hospitals, like Maclean and Grafton, and they get fed up to the base hospital at Lismore. And when their cases are too complex for Lismore to handle, you're either shipped off to Sydney or Brisbane, or maybe the Gold Coast. It's just a fact of living in the Australian regional areas, and that these distances can be quite lengthy. Like you can be several hours away from home by the time you get to hospital. Uh, and that's not just someone living out in the middle of a cattle station, well in the middle of the outback. This is someone living in a town slash city of maybe 20 or 30,000 people, which I guess is small by global standards. But for regional Australia, it's actually a pretty decent settlement. And yeah, it's one of those things. You think we live in a very modern tech society with all the services, but you don't have to go far outside the big cities to find this reduction in capability. Would it be nice if there was enough money and resources to do it all? Yeah, but doubt, unfortunately. But we do have some rather uniquely Australian solutions to it all. I mean, well and truly in the outback, flying doctors. Um, we have community nursing, district nurses and stuff who would actually carry a lot of the burden for day-to-day healthcare and things like that. They used to be state government funded and things like that. I'm just trying to think. All the towns I live in have a hospital. The first one I lived in didn't. Second one, did that have a hospital? Maybe, maybe. It did, but it was a small one. And then the one town of 6,000 used to have two hospitals, and then because one was the Sisters of Mercy and the other one was the government hospital. They shut the government hospital and took over the Sisters of Mercy hospital, and so that became it. And it had a small operating theatre, small emergency department, but yeah, if it was anything more complicated than, I mean, broken bones, I think, simple car crashes, you'd be off to um, the big regional centre, which was up to an hour away, depending on how fast you drove. So yeah, I mean, you'd expect Wagga Wagga to have things, but I mean, they call it rural clinical school and rural. Wagga's got over 50,000 people. I don't necessarily call it rural, but yeah, the problem is the people calling for these additional services are completely valid. Yes, great to have added support for being able to live at home and have those services nearby. Unfortunately, the reality is that it's going to be impossible, unsustainable to fund unless the population in the region keeps growing and everything else, in which case, hey, it'll probably will attract that sort of thing. But it's symptomatic of what everyone in rural Australia, regional Australia encounters. Now, talking of population, there was an article that came out today. Today? Where's the byline? Yesterday. Saying that Australia's population has finally hit 27.5 million, thanks to a lot of migration, quite clearly. And the concern, not so much on the numbers, I remember 20, 30 years ago, people were already concerned about the ability of the Australian continent to sustain the population numbers we already had. We've gained at least 8 million since then. That we are gaining a net migration of 107,000 people naturally, squeezing out new kiddies compared to people falling off the perch, and we're gaining another 300,000 through migration. So that's not bad, extra 400,000 people, which when you look at a couple of the other articles we've talked about in recent days, is equivalent to the enrolment of university students or TAFE students and things like that. So that sort of contextualizes. But 500,000 a year on 27.5 million might be a bit high. Might be a bit high. And yeah, people saying the numbers at historic levels. Mainstream Aussies paying the price. Okay, that's a bit inflammatory, but the intake is elevated compared to pre-pandemic levels. So obviously there was basically a complete suppression of migration during the COVID pandemic, and there was a rebound effect, and that rebound effect hasn't disappeared. We've continued to sustain higher immigration levels, which leads to people like Jacinta Price making the statements that they did. And the problem then, and we keep talking about it, is the ability of the infrastructure in Australia to sustain this rate of increase. We also did talk about the fact that there's increasing numbers of these specially skilled migrants heading to regional areas. So that previous article, if you'd paid attention as I was scrolling through, each of those doctors was from a migrant background. So be it. It helps provide health services in those areas. I'm pretty sure the people getting the health service don't care about the colour of their doctor, as long as their doctor is suitably qualified and can provide healthcare. As I said previously, there's the degree of racism within Australia is somewhat overblown, um, even out in the regional areas where everybody's got their secrets. If you're part of society and contributing to the social fabric, hey, you're welcomed. Um, so yeah, the idea that like in that article there was, well, maybe there were white doctors at the hospital, but none were interviewed. But that's kind of it is telling of this skilled migration that we're seeing these skilled migrants come into regional areas and help provide these services that would otherwise not be there. But it also comes back to how well we can sustain the growth against our existing infrastructure and the ability to absorb added numbers. And, well, I mean, again, this is somewhat inflammatory about it contribute to the destruction of the dream of home ownership. Well, you're not building enough houses, but that also means destruction of the environment, the loss of farmland, which means less food production per capita, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so, okay, so we've obviously got a bit of a focus. 493,000 the year before, so 500,000 net overseas migrants the year before, and we're talking about 315,000 this year, and the government's like, oh no, we've resumed balance. Hmm. 1 year of decline. I don't know. It's still excess uh, from what it was before. Okay, so it's dropped, fair enough, but let's see how it continues over future years. And uh, well, he's politicised it. Well, it's not determined by internal coalition power struggles. Pretty sure the people marching saying that there's an issue with unsustainable migration levels weren't coalition party members. But uh, temporary visitors as well. Okay, I mean, it's more interested in the permanent migration because your temporary visitors leave after 6 or 12 months, depending on the type of visa that they're on. So, yeah, the coalition obviously at the time pushed for a much lower level, so almost half, whereas the government was a lot higher. So the liberalised government, not Liberal Party, liberalised government, and okay, yep, now we're tying everything back in to the protests and things like that. Um, Interesting to see where the numbers are going. Western Australia, well, are we seeing resources boom? In fact, there was an article, we're not looking at it today, talking about the rise in house prices, that most locations in Perth are seeing a positive net increase in housing price. Well, if you're moving people in, what do you expect? And uh, that one's interesting. I mean, increased number of births. Yape, yape. Yay, people are having more kiddies, but an increase in death rate. Hmm. I wonder if there's something significant underneath that. Whether or not we're seeing a return to the normal respiratory illness levels and stuff from pre-COVID, or there's something else. Yeah, interesting. I don't think I want to read the comments on that. Um, so we're now going to look at talking of the environmental stuff and whatnot that the government had put out recently. Um, there's a push again for a greater number of EVs on the road. Now, they're talking of like figures of like up to 85%. We've seen various states and territories attempt to address this or call this before, so that, oh, you've got to have no ICE, so internal combustion engine sales from 2030. Again, more than one election in the future. That relies on car manufacturers to provide just that. And it also relies on the state or territory where that claim is being made to have the power network appropriate to support all these vehicles, switching from internal fuel based, so X number of watts per kilometre driven. All that power now has to come out of the electricity network, which is straining in most states and territories. Um, I remember one state I lived in that we'd have routine summer brownouts and blackouts because they didn't generate their own power. It came from an interstate interconnect. And so if that state sort of had issues, guess what? The state you were living in was going to have issues with its power. And that's before you bring all this other stuff on board. So, plus, we talk about infrastructure. The housing infrastructure is not set up to support at-home charging, really. A lot of the newer suburbs, well, okay, bigger suburbs, there's a lot of inner city suburbs or higher density living where you don't have the space to have a dedicated charging station because there's no off-street parking. Or if there is off-street parking, it's in a shared parking environment, and you've then got to go through body corporates and all sorts of issues to try and get a charging station put in, which is then going to raise issues about how you manage the already convoluted power distribution and management within a body corporate. And it's not as easy as sunshines and rainbows and butterflies and unicorns. Uh, so, and the other part too is I don't think we're at a point yet where, I mean, it's great to have more choices, definitely. Efficiency, great, definitely. But demanding the outcome, Australia's too much space between settlement population areas to justify only having electric vehicles. Hybrid, okay, yeah, not too bad. They're pulling vehicles all over this place. Yeah, we're going to increase curbside vehicle electric charging. But look at what the US encountered during Biden. They spent, or in California, they spent ridiculous amounts of money for fast charging stations, and well, one was built. You look at the experience online from YouTubers who are advocates for EVs. In fact, you see some of them are no longer advocates. Living in, say, the UK, looking at the availability and reliability of public charging stations, um, and the serviceability as much as anything else. And that's in a very densely packed, very dense environment. Australia doesn't have that. If the charging station you've been relying on trying to reach, if you're traveling regionally, is non-functional, you're screwed. Full stop. Hence, it's it's got its place for inner city driving or short distance trips. We just don't have the density of infrastructure to support it, nor will we. Mind you, a lot of these decisions are being driven by people who never drive outside the city, never lived outside the city. And so it's a bit delusional. It's a bit delusional, I think. Um, and it's all part of the 2035 chase as well. Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, it's certainly a good thing to push for, but it shouldn't come at the cost of common sense. It's the government. No such thing as common sense. Um, all right. So, fully self-driving supervised apparently has arrived, which was overnight they activated it, or midnight on Thursday. So yeah, overnight. Apparently, it's now permitted or allowed in Australia and New Zealand, which is weird because, uh, well, the first right-hand drive markets in Australia and New Zealand to allow vehicles to steer, brake, change lanes, merge, navigate intersections and roundabouts with minimal driver input. Um, it's interesting. I feel I mm, I mean I kind of understand how these systems work, etc. The there is a little bit of delusion down here of the cameras don't blink, tire, or get distracted. True, but they also can't interpret what's going on properly, and hence why you need to be supervised and there to do it. Now, the it's not autonomous apparently, and yeah, I yeah, this is going to now there's going to be people charged. There's going to be all sorts of things. There's going to be crashes because you can't trust a muppet behind the wheel. We're going to see that why flying cars are not a good idea in a bit. But so it's driver assistance tech basically, and it's the most advanced. Yep, true, not a problem. Trials lacking a permit, blah blah blah. Now, if you've driven a relatively modern normal car with the high-end vehicles in particular, the top end of most vehicle offers, so even from routine manufacturers like Mazda or Toyota or Nissan, etc., their cruise control, I mean, it's not just cruise control, but their driver assistance technologies are actually quite decent. So um, they'll include radar, following, lane keeping, driver alertness checks, the ability to automatically adjust speed based on road signs. So it's not perfect. I've seen the cameras sometimes see an 80 sign as 30. And if roadworks are going on and they've not packed up properly, the car has no idea what it's doing. Plus, sometimes it relies on a GPS map, which isn't accurate because no one's come out and fixed it. It's only as good as the information you give it. But the cruise control settings or the driver assist technologies are really, really, really quite good. And these are things that only existed on $200,000 to $300,000 vehicles 5 or 10 years ago. And um, yeah, uh, that you can set to a hard follow, a soft follow, like a safe follow distance, so that it'll smoothly adjust speed and driving based on vehicles around it. They'll have lane keeping, you have uh, blind spot detectors, all sorts of wonderful tech. So this sort of stuff is kind of a natural evolution of all of that integrated into one system. Now, if drivers got to keep their hands on the wheel and eyes forward all the time, yeah, okay, well, you could do cameras that can actually monitor that. It can navigate roundabouts, intersections, freeways, and urban streets. Interesting to see how that handles other traffic. Left and right turns, change lanes, and manage merges. Well, so the other systems don't do that very well, especially the ones that do lane keeping, because of the way the merge lanes are sometimes painted on the road or terrible road markings. It confuses the hell out of those systems because they don't know where the lanes are. And there's some roads in Sydney in particular that I've driven on where you would not turn these systems on because the road markings bear no relation to what the reality actually is, um, which you drive according to the barriers and everything else. But if you followed the painted road markings, you'd crash. You'd crash. Stop at traffic lights and stop signs. Yeah, the existing systems can kind of do that. Um, their ability to correctly interpret that vaguely. Detect and react to pedestrians, cyclists, and other vehicles. Yeah, okay, you can detect and react to other vehicles, okay, with current systems. People and bike riders, a bit harder. Maneuver around obstacles, interdasting. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. So it's yeah, it'll be interesting. And of course, if you have an accident with this system turned on, you're responsible. So can't see my thumbs up because my hand is a one big block, but thumbs up. Yeah, it struggles with edge cases, poor weather, unusual intersections, unpredictable hazards, and that's the same with the existing systems too. They struggle with that, which is kind of fun because even driving down the big freeways, there's plenty of them that are like that. All right, what else do we have? We've talked about that. Pretty sure we talked about this one already. We did, yep, basically. Cost of living, again, back to cost of living, always fun. Um, okay, since everyone's getting upset at cost of living crisis for groceries and everything else, yeah, going to the pub, um, even 10 or 15 years ago, a round of drinks, depending on how many people you had in your party, you'd be putting down $100 quite easily for a round, depending on like I said, how many people and what they were drinking. But prices keep rising, 6% in the last 12 months, which again, more than inflation apparently. And so when it's a, like $12 to $15 for a glass of wine, yeah, four people, $60 around. Uh, yeah, it's getting up there, and I mean, people still will do it from time to time, but yeah, it says that it's getting more expensive, getting harder. A shout nowadays is $100. Again, depending on how many people you had, it's been that for many years. Uh, cheaper to have fewer friends. That's a good answer. But yeah, it's a luxury. You shouldn't expect to do it, I don't think. Um, and most people, I mean, most people averaged it out. If you're a good mate, you everyone would leave the pub having paid for one round of drinks. So everyone get would end up paying the same amount for the night out, having drunk the same amount. It's just the cost is borne in one purchase as opposed to across the night. Unless you have people drinking expensive stuff the whole night, in which case they're generally being subsidised by everybody else. It's only fair if everyone's drinking the same thing. But then that depends on the quality of your mates. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people cutting back on things. That CPI bucket looking wrong. Tourism crises. All right. Hang on. Povo trend. What? Cutting out grilled shredded cheese. Yeah, well, cheese, $40 a kilo plus. Oh, I've seen sliced meat, $40 a kilo for even basic stuff. And it's like, what, really? A millennial? Okay. All right. Cost of living. I didn't have this article saved, but yeah, well, I'll catch up with it. $10 for a packet of cheese. Yep, that happens for grated cheese. A2 milk. Uh, $6.90. Yeah, I mean, back in my day, still, home cooked salmon filled weekly could not bring itself to add the $16 two-pack. Ah, my heart bleeds. Ah. Anyway, um, when you're already buying cheap stuff and uh, then that goes through the roof, yeah, I mean, a millennial, the grocery bill covers herself, her partner, and their dog to $600 a week. I have no idea what you're eating. Seriously. Um, okay. I have seen the cost of groceries go up. So a trolley full of groceries would, if picked correctly, standard size trolley, not the little half size ones which are rubbish, but a full size trolley, stacked to the brim, not overly stacked, but with a decent range of products from across the supermarket, would be a few years ago $300 odd, and that'd be a week's worth of groceries for at least six people. Two adults, three adults maybe, a teen, and hang on, one, two, three, four, preteen, and maybe two preteens, and a dog or two and a kangaroo. No, not a kangaroo, plus a couple of animals. And then there'd be the occasional uh, supply run from the pet store for kitty litter or big bags of food, all that sort of stuff. But your general shopping trip would be enough protein, be it mince. I mean, you're not buying filet or mignon or anything like that, or anything fancy. Generally, it's bulk chicken breast, mince, occasional sausages, the cheap and nasty ones, not the flash ones. You're not buying roasts. You're generally staying away from lamb and pork chops and fancy cuts. You're generally spending 11 to $12 a kilo on chicken for the chicken breast. It used to be you'd live off chicken thigh fillets, but someone at some point decided, oh wow, they're cheap, we'll live off those, and they're now more expensive than the chicken breast per kilo. So back to the chicken breast, which is what you couldn't afford back in the day because you had to buy the chicken thighs. Your mince, 15 to $16 a kilo for uh, lean grade beef mince. so 90% lean. Your chicken mince and lamb mince. Chicken mince is quite expensive. I don't know the pricing per kilo. Your pork mince is around 5 to 6 a kilo, depending on how lean it is. Um, sorry, not per kilo, per 500 grams. Your beef is still is $15 per kilo, so $7.50, $8, sometimes a bit higher per 500 grams. Lamb mince, expensive, and that's in a hang on a sec. Um, yeah, so there's your mince. You're not buying lamb or pork roasts or beef roasts or chops or steaks or things like that because your even your chuck steak is nudging $30 a kilo. Your 40 plus a kilo for your prime T-bone sort of steaks. Porterhouse used to be that reasonably priced middle ground, which was really tasty to cook up as a steak. Plus, you could always turn it into other things. That is now 30 plus a kilo. Um, your pork rashers, your ribs. Yeah, don't go looking at things like that. Bulk chicken portions, $8 a kilo with bone in. Wings, again, you don't want to go looking at prices for things like that. So that's just protein choices. Your fresh veg, depending on time of year and what's happened in growing regions, it can be reasonably expensive or not. Um, even though you can gain access to pretty much all fruit and veg all year round, if you're buying out of season, you will pay a premium for it. Even a premix salad bag, 500 grams or 400 grams is uh, $5. So it's a kilo, um, $10 a kilo for basically premix salad. Loose leaf, not the like coleslaws or anything, just a bag of stuff. Then things like honey. I mean, your breads, even your cheap, most basic, no-name white bread is now nudging $2 a loaf. It always used to be like $1.30-ish. If you're going to go your fancy brands and your fancy rise or fancy type um, grains or gluten-free or specialty type breads, easily sometimes $6 plus a loaf. And that's not even considering what the standalone bakers are costing. This is in the supermarket. Um, your your spreads, your Vegemite, your peanut butter, your honey, they're all. I mean, honey's what you're lucky if you're paying for like at least a 500 gram bottle's $12 to $13. Um, you're just trying to think what the lanes of the shopping centre look like. Chocolate is, well, I try not to look at chocolate, too expensive. Um, oh, my camera has decided to switch itself off. So in which case, um, what else do we have? So yeah, chocolate's expensive. Biscuits, your pack of Tim Tams, special occasion now because they're expensive. Um, what else do we have? Chips and popcorns and things like that. Your pre-packed stuff. Again, you're paying $6 for a 180 gram pack of chips. You used to pay that at a servo. Now you're paying that at the supermarket. Let's see what other lanes do we have. Tinned, tinned tomatoes. Well, tinned fish. Well, expensive. Um, Spaghetti, baked beans, all that sort of stuff. Yep, they're. Oh, I wouldn't know what the price per tin or price per kilo is, but it's up there. What else do we have? That's sort of routine stuff. I mean, you wouldn't want to be. I mean, you're paying an arm and a leg for baby formula and nappies, and I mean, even toilet paper and paper towels are expensive. Frozen, it's $12 for a 4 pack of 4 and 20 pies. And the whole reason you're buying them in a 4 pack is they're supposed to be cheaper. Um, Frozen pizza, $6 to $9, even more depending on how fancy you want to get. Uh, yeah, I can uh, just trying to think. Frozen chicken and things like that. I just trying to think they're relatively expensive per bag too. So even if you are buying on the specials, I can still see like the trolleys now is probably up around $400 to feed all those faces. You can still get about 350, but you're shopping fairly carefully. And so, yes, there is a certain benefit to be gained to be shopping in bulk and in quantity because it makes food production a bit more efficient. But at the same time, this millennial, um, for 2 people and a dog, $600 a week, you're buying, you're not paying attention to your purchases, that's for sure. You're buying brand name gear, things that you don't need to. You're buying really, really expensive cuts of meat. Yeah, okay. Accept a cost of living. Cut it. Move away from it slightly. So, is it shocking? Well, yeah. I'll admit, for 3 people, well, for 6 people, I couldn't justify that. I no, I oh, 6 people plus dogs. Yeah, I no, I cannot justify that. I mean, maybe if going to an IGA or an independent where the pricing's a bit higher, you're shopping at the servo. Yeah, no. If you're doing 600 a week at a Coles or a Woolies or even an Aldi at a shopping centre, you've got to check yourself. You got to check yourself. Oh, there's a lot of meat you find super expensive. Well, yeah. Ah, oh, I need to wear black because then I'll be chic looking. Um, yeah, out of season stuff, like I said, getting more expensive. Um, now more picky about when to buy basics. Fresh fish. Oh my goodness! If you're buying anything, uh, okay, if you're living any more than about 100 k's from the ocean, don't buy saltwater fish. All right. If it wasn't swimming that morning, you probably shouldn't be buying it. Now, that said, there are freshwater fish in Australia. Rainbow trout, really nice. Got a few bones. Um, they are freshwater. They are kind of semi-native to Australia. They come from Australian fisheries, um, and they're quite decent fish. And it's just an expectation. It's a reality of if you want to be sensitive to the sourcing of your meat and your groceries, you've got to extend that to your protein as well. So yeah, any more than 100 k's from the coast, well, even more than 50 k's from the coast, really, um, don't be buying saltwater fish. Like I wouldn't have barramundi any more than like if I wasn't up in Darwin or Cairns or anywhere where you catch barramundi locally, I wouldn't be eating it. I mean, it's yummy, but I just wouldn't be eating it because it's kind of not sustainable to be shipping it that far. Average Aussie 209 on their weekly groceries. I don't know if that's per person. Um, Parents are spending more. Average spend being 264 per week. Childless Aussies 183. Yeah, but how many people per is it per person? Uh, yeah, 80% of Aussies taking steps to cut back their grocery bills. Well, some people have been shopping like this all the time. Um, yeah, so yeah, you can't change housing. Um, right, next article. All right, um, new article. Talking about vehicles and stuff like that, and increased. uh, electric vehicles, whatever else. Okay, the Ram, the electric version of the Ram, not coming to Australia. Okay, fair enough. Going back to petrol, what a surprise. Uh, yeah, demand for full-size battery electric trucks slows in North America. Not a surprise. If you've seen the EV people online, yeah, some of those full-size electric trucks from Ford and whatnot, not what people were expecting, and very few people were happy with them. I don't know whether they were ahead of their time or the technology's not quite there yet to support electric in such a large size. I mean, trains are diesel electric, but if you're going to go diesel electric, just go diesel. But yeah, I mean, hybridized, not a problem, but big beasties. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of a pushback for American-sized trucks on Australian roads, the weight and size and everything else. All right, what else do we have? A smaller article about private parking fines. Uh, some people say that you don't, depending on where the location is. Um, it's it's mm, not as straightforward as some people say. Depending on location, you may be denied further access to those car parks, or the car parks managed by that provider. And so, um, yeah, like if the council's done it, yeah, you got to pay for it. It's yeah, privately managed car parks. Yeah, it's one of those things. Work from home trend. There was something that came up. Just a quick go past. Um, People working from the beach in their laptops. Oh, sorry, working from their beach with their laptops. I don't know that they were working from home on Zoom calls or anything. I don't think. I mean, yeah, I'd think of better places to work. I mean, the whole argument here is about, oh, is it appropriate to be dressed in a bikini while doing your work from home stuff? I don't know that. It's just sometimes you got to be doing work stuff, and I mean, there's no guarantee they're doing work stuff unless you're in there having a good close look at what they're doing. Could be study, could be a whole bunch of things. Some people have their laptop as their main reading thing and everything else. I don't know. Um, it's yeah, but it is about professionalism from working from home, and the argument that well, I mean, there's a big push for a return to workplace, but yeah, there's still that. All right, how are we proceeding? We're making good time. Sharks in fresh water. Yes, more than likely going to be bull sharks. Lake Macquarie has a bit of access to the ocean. However, it's mostly freshwater. I mean, it's considered freshwater, and so yep, it is expected that there's going to be sharks, and they've got mitigation around it. I suspect. Okay, so 13 sharks, including 8 whites, were captured and tagged at Lake Macquarie. Other species sighted in the area include hammerheads, wobbegongs, small whalers, and grey nurses. Yeah, not a surprise that they're out there. They've had on drum lines and stuff, so there's, I mean, it's a nice lake, and I guess people don't necessarily consider there to be sharks, but if you look at where the Lake Macquarie is on the coast, it's a safe haven. And so if you can swim in, why be surprised that there's something sharp and chompy just under the water waiting for you? I guess people don't expect it so much. Going back to the EV thing, um, yeah, the the climate minister said, "Oh no, people are slow to switch to EVs." Well, yeah, for a reason. Uh, and that people need to have 85% of the cars on the road need to be EVs by 2035 to meet even the lower end of its new emissions target. You're dreaming. You're dreaming. But it's uh, it's yeah. I I don't think they're going to achieve that in the next 10 years. That's not possible. It's similar to I think it was the ACT had a similar sort of attempt, and that quietly went away. And I mean, there's been claims made elsewhere that we're going to have X number of electrics, and like I said, the manufacturers just go, yeah, no, not going to happen. And so people sort of walk away from it slightly, or it's great to have some sort of flag waving for the environment, but um, people will expect changes. Yeah, not going to happen. Not going to happen. So, um, and then at the very end, the nation's treasurers agreed earlier this month that EVU drivers will be charged for use of the country's roads because a large part of funding, road funding, comes from the fuel tax. So there's a petrol tax and petrol and diesel tax, and in fact, farm diesel is untaxed to a certain degree because well, it's used off road. And if you ever get caught with farm diesel in your normal tank on the road, you get into lots of trouble. AdBlue and other bits and pieces. But EV drivers are not paying the road use tax, which comes from the petrol tax. So, i.e., more petrol, you're presumably driving further, you're making more use of the roads, therefore you contribute more to the upkeep of the roads. Fair enough. EV drivers aren't paying that. They're paying taxes through the registration. Plus, they're also driving vehicles that are heavier per for equivalent sizes because, well, the vehicle weight doesn't lighten over time, and the battery packs, by virtue of their current technology, are relatively heavy. So they have got a greater effect on the road as well because they're a heavier vehicle. And so, in essence, they're avoiding use tax on the road. How do you mitigate that? Well, I mean, toll roads they still pay, but um, when people talk about subsidising EVs and everything else, this is one of those things where there's this not overt subsidy, but more a uh, by not paying a tax. In essence, they are getting the equivalent of subsidised travel. That is also going to impact the take up of electric vehicles. And also, we're still waiting to see what the first 10 to 15 year life cycle is going to be for battery pack swap outs and range drop off for electric vehicles. Now, they've been seem to be doing okay for now, but given the broader uptake over the last 5 or 6 years, it'll be interesting to see uh, how close to viable those things are going to be. All right. We're not going to look at the video. We're going to skip straight past that. All right. Again, infrastructure, landfill. Your rubbish is going to go somewhere. Oh no, it's a video. We'll skip past that. So we talked about the retirement going on a halt. Okay, it's a video. I already had that article. I don't know why I suddenly got a lot of videos. Infrastructure. Is this a video? Ah, you're kidding, right? Also a video. Well, that allows me to jump through. Now, talked about technology and cars. At a Chinese air show, two flying cars flew into each other and crashed. Yeah. And people are like, we can't trust people to drive safely on the roads as they are now. And we're now introducing more advanced uh, driver support type stuff, how are we going to trust them with flying cars? Well, quite clearly they crashed. Probably not a good thing. I mean, they just look like souped up drones more than anything else. Uh, the price, obviously, early uptake, probably not helping them to crash. Uh, Private helicopters, light aircraft, yeah, I mean, it's hard enough in 2D space. Well, it's basically 2D space. I don't trust, I do not trust this. Do not trust it at all. But it's kind of funny when that happens. I mean, at least everyone's alive. That's safe. Okay. Not far from the end now. Okay. More into back into politics. We talked last week about how the Prime Minister had to shut or was in the process of closing his electoral office in Marrickville because of continued protests. Marrickville? Wherever it is. Due to continued protests mainly focused around Palestinian thing, which is kind of funny because he's rather forthcoming on the Palestinian recognition, etc. And so it's surprising, well, not surprising, he's being hoisted on his own petard, really, um, to have be forced out of his electoral office after 30 years by inconsiderate protesters. Um, Yet more politicians are now in the situation where they're having to close uh, their electoral office with um, a Brisbane politician, a federal politician, having to close her electoral office because of protesters camping outside. Now, is it just for today? Because of aggressive protesters harassing staff. Now, the implication was that it was closed, but that looks like it's just for the day. Um, yeah, I will stand up for your right to protest peacefully, but not when it affects me. I mean, yeah, the treatment it comes back to like talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. Is that there are people who think that because they've gotten away with certain behaviours and speech in the past, that they will never have to be held accountable for what they've said or done. And so they keep escalating more and more and more and more. It, it will never not be chasing them. I mean, there was, I saw it posted online recently, Jordan Peterson, when he was still doing stuff with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein at one point basically cut him off and removed all their interaction online, removed their podcasts and stuff they'd done together. And Jordan Peterson came back and made a comment to the point of um, basically, I'm paraphrasing here, being careful of of um, submitting to the mob because they will only ever be more emboldened by doing so and demand more and more from you over time until it reaches a point you can no longer meet what the mob demands and they will discard you because you have now broken their trust or because you can no longer meet their requirements and therefore you will be treated the same as anybody else who was discarded early on. Now, Ethan Klein's gone through a bit of a cycle up and down since then, but the point still stands. I mean, you may or may not agree with Jordan Peterson, but the point still stands that you have to be careful. And he painted it as largely a left thing, which is you've got this radical section within the left of, be it socialist, anarchist, black bloc, whatever, that it's like an increasing level of purity tests. These almost struggles, Mao level struggle sessions, where it's almost like you can never be good enough for them. You've got to do more. You've got to be more, and yet they'll keep moving the target. No true Scotsman type thing. That it's impossible to adequately meet their demands, and the demands become because there's nothing to check it. The demands become more insane, more extreme over time, and it keeps trending more extreme. So it, it it doesn't say how long they're going to close the office for, but yeah, Minister issues to do with coal seam gas by the look of things. Oh, no, Woodside gas. No, that was actually normal gas. Um, so yeah, uh, the Labor Party. See, doesn't matter what they do. The Labor Party has betrayed us. So in other words, they're leftist protesters saying that the leftist parliamentary party has betrayed them. You haven't gone far enough for us. So yeah, and I mean, again, as a follow-up, uh, Albanese, when he's talking about the loss of his thing, it says that they are self-indulgent. The protesters are self-indulgent, and they're going to follow him to his next office. And so, self-indulgent and absurd. In other words, no one's called you to account for anything you've said or done. And yeah, so basically they're going to keep following, and it's like, well, champagne, champagne socialists. Says more about them than it does about the cause. It's yeah, and it's the fact it's the how he uses his electoral office, which is how most parliamentarians do, means that the vulnerable members of his community are hard to get through and get information because the protesters are in the way. What does watermelon have to do with Gaza? Are they being racist? Um, okay. Donald Trump media, nope. So yeah, we talked about the responsibility of media and everything else. This came up. So news.com.au are picking up on the ABC. This is also on the ABC, but not as like this. Yes, Hassan Piker has called for landlords to be killed. He's also called for a lot of other things and has been very violent in his rhetoric towards conservatives. Has been given a largely friendly interview on the national broadcaster. It should come as no surprise that, well, I mean, it came as a surprise that he even appeared on the 7:30 report, but it should come as no surprise that the ABC is going to gild that lily. And it's just, uh, yeah, I mean, 7:30 reporter has the ability in the past to hold people to account, but no. And so they've basically allowed him an unnecessary platform to express his views and did not really push anything but one thing and then said, I don't know the context. No, no, not good enough. Not good enough, ABC. And yeah, I mean, if you need to hear it, go on and look. I mean, there are plenty of commentators, plenty of people out there who have basically said, look, his statements have been horrible. And they are. And yeah, and basically, yeah, criticizing the assassination of Kirk as in the response to it. Things that he was comments were hyperbolic and not meant to be. Yep, no, 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 no. And well, it would be nice to have comments on this, but yeah, no, that's just wrong by the ABC. But they don't see that being a problem because the ABC also sees themselves as being part of the news and not just an obligation to report it. So, ABC News, man charged with performing Nazi salute at Brisbane anti-immigration rally. ABC News made police inquiries after being sent a photo of a man. So, they're not there just reporting the news. They're there, look, that person over there did something bad. Hey, you're there to report, not to make the news. And so, uh, does that mean your citizen journalists, your stringers, etc. Uh, what are you? It it blurs the line between reporting what's there and being the news. Now, yes, the Bellamy salute is inexcusable, um, but was it the ABC's responsibility to basically do that? Did the ABC feel threatened, or were they fearful because of the actions of others? Now, Queenslanders have a right to feel safe. Um, it's yeah, um, it it's it's fine for people to be reported for it, but the question being about, is it appropriate for the media to be the one reporting? In which case, yeah, it's I find it the meat of the article of what happened. Yep, shouldn't have happened. But like I said, it should not have been the ABC to report it. Yeah, you're there to report, not to be the news. Not to be the news. Now, quickly towards the end, looking at a couple of Russian Ukrainian things. All this whining about Russia being nearly defeated and everything, I think reality is now starting to catch up to people that uh, Russia's quite frankly pretty close to. Hang on, where's a good quote from it? Basically, soon able to swarm, uh, well, more swarm Ukraine than they already are with drones and missiles, which apparently they'd run out of. And I know the Wunderwaffe of Western supplied drones. Oh, it's all good. Yep, okay. So people having a bit of a whinge that the Russians have adjusted or made a move away from certain technologies in favour of others. Okay, so it's prioritised drones based on the experience of drone warfare on the battlefield. Everyone laughed at the cope cages on Russian armour early on, but everybody's got cope cages now. It's blind ignorance of what both sides are doing, or blind acceptance of one side being morally right, according to you, when the reality again is far more nuanced. Now, in military terms, okay, yep, 27 Shahed drones per month. That's quite a lot. They're the lawnmower ones that people say, with well, 100 per wave early on. Now 800 per wave. Now that's quite a significantly increase. Now that is substantive and a significant change. Um, the dark mode makes it hard to see what's going on. Um, they're getting through. They're getting through. Civilians living in fear. Well, basically, well, you can't use your western side of the country to build up and supply military hardware and then pretend that you're innocent. You can't hide missiles under shopping centres and be surprised when the shopping centre gets bombed. Um, now, there is, I don't know if it's this article, obviously they're reaching out and attacking all parts of Ukraine with the drones. I mean, Ukraine also attacked deep into Russia with drones, so stop your whining. Both sides are doing it, and it's part of the conflict that's going on. You you can't throw drones at one side and not expect them to throw the other side to throw them back. Now, the civilian deaths, I mean, any civilian deaths is too many, but they've said, oh no, the rates are far higher than October 2022. But again, dark mode doesn't help. The death rate has been relatively low. Looks like civilians have been relatively well protected. Um, there is here we go, a change in the nature of the ordnance being carried. Now, the drones put up by Ukraine have been carrying anything up to 155 millimeter artillery rounds. And so Russia has had in their airdropped ordnance inventory thermobaric weapons for many years. And so they're making alterations to the Shahed drones to have thermobaric warheads. Fair enough, they're not illegal. But it's a change from just having a straight high explosive warhead to drop down and be used. Um, it's a lot of whining, really, to be honest. What it is interesting though is to see that all these claims of Russia being broken and beaten and all the other bits and pieces. The reality is, no one's going to get a quiet night's sleep in Ukraine until the conflict's ended, and particularly this escalation is going to be indicative of a continued weakening of Ukraine's position, negotiating position. I mean, people say, "Oh, Russia did drone attacks while Zelensky was meeting people." Yes, and Zelensky did drone attacks while Putin was meeting people. They both did it, but the difference being here is that, I mean, there's still plenty of Kinzels in inventory. Um, Russia still has the significant ability to engage in long-range air attacks and even the unmanned air attacks, just wave after wave of drone. I think it's getting rapidly. I mean, it had been years ago, but more and more people, I think, are going to come to the understanding that Ukraine has to negotiate an end. They can't allow it to continue. Uh, with stuff like this, yep, no. Russia's back on the front foot even more than it was before, and it doesn't matter how many Patriot systems or Sea Whizzes or whatnot. Your air defences are going to be overwhelmed. I mean, you can't change policy. You can't change how warfare is fought. 800 plus drones at a time is going to wear down any air defense system. You can't magic new capability. You can't magic new ways of war fighting. I mean, shooting down drones has always been a thing. They were doing it back in the South Ossetia, Georgia warfare, and they had footage of Russian aircraft shooting down drones even then. So, yeah, mass wave attacks. I guess it's something Russia's had plenty of history with in the past. But I think it's one of those areas where the outcome is now set. What is going to change is how much blood is spilled before it gets to that point. So, then we talked previously about the consequences of arming one side or another, or what responsibility or consequence you should expect for taking clear sides in a conflict and contributing materially to that conflict. There have been spies, well, Russian network spies arrested overnight or in the last few days. I'm sure there's arrests going on in Russia too of other spies, but what was happening was they were sending explosives via courier. DHL got hit by it when a couple of packages exploded, and one didn't explode in Poland. No, two went from Vilnius to Britain, and two went to Poland. One of them caught fire at the logistics center, and one detonated in Poland, and one in a warehouse in Birmingham. And the fourth failed to detonate. Now, they've linked them to Russia, fairly reasonable assumption, and spying, etc. Again, fairly reasonable assumption that people are going to be spying, proxies and everything else. Russians doing mayhem. You're going to face consequences for supplying one of the belligerents in the conflict. People are trying to sanction China and North Korea and India and everyone else. This is asymmetric warfare. You can't go and give military hardware to one side and say our hands are clean. Um, the US had the policy, what was it called? Not neutrality. I don't think the US has really been neutral. Basically, they'd created a legal fiction to say that they're a non-participant in the conflict, but they're perfectly entitled to give them guns and bombs and ammunition and wash their hands of responsibility. Well, I guess not everybody sees it that way. And so, yes, certainly do your best to stop these things from happening, but don't be surprised that they are happening. Look at it as a consequence for being so directly involved in the conflict. Oh, but we're not sending troops. No, but you've sent bombs and bullets. If Russia wants to try and stop the bombs and bullets, well, they can keep bombing the sites in Ukraine, or they can reach out a little bit further using asymmetric means and stop them asymmetrically. I, I don't know why people are surprised, really. Um, uh, and the same goes for things like sanctions on fleets and trying to Australia's ramping up pressure on Russian oil, trying to starve Putin's war machine. Yeah, Australia's not going to achieve jack. Australia's a net exporter of oil. Australia's trying to force down the price. That's like trying to make someone dehydrate by drinking all the water out of their hose. It uh, it's uh, oh well, it's reducing the cap on Russian oil from down to $47 a barrel. Yay. Uh, uh, would plunge the value of crude oil, but India's still buying, China's still buying. In fact, there's an article that will hit shortly of De Silva in Brazil, quite happily buying Russian oil. He says, "We need oil. Get over it." Uh, I mean, NATO was buying Russian oil. Uh, yeah, Australia maintains its total ban on imports from Russia of oil and refined petroleum, and we're a net exporter. It's yeah. Uh, what a surprise! I mean, again, consequences of your actions. Consequences of your actions. Uh, and I wonder what's going to happen if it is forced up, if a peace is forced and people don't like it, because Ukraine has to accept the reality. Now, um, from a couple of days ago, this article came out screaming and crying about Russian forces using kidnapped Ukrainian children to build drones. Again, coming out of, well, the Yale University. But all right, so Russia does not deny um, moving children out of occupied regions, out of Donetsk, Luhansk, into Russia. Basically, there's a couple of reasons for it. One is they're saying that look, they're doing it for safety, removing them from the battlefield and the proximity of the battlefield, which makes sense. Another is saying that they are coming from Russian aligned families and it is by choice. Okay, well, is that not a problem? Um, and well, I mean, the whole safety reason, I can see. I mean, what do people want? Leave them on the battlefield? Then you'd be crying that the Russians are unnecessarily endangering civilians. There's no positive outcome from it. Now, the fact that they're then going into Russia and doing various things, I mean, they're engaged in school, in camps and stuff like that. The fact that some of them have a militarized youth groups and stuff, all right, not really, again, not overly bothered by it. The fact that they're now alleged to be manufacturing equipment for use on the battlefield in Ukraine, okay, it's a fairly big claim. Um, and well, yeah, I mean, what are they doing with Ukrainian children in Ukraine? Uh, yeah, it's lots of complaining, lots of complaining. They found something else to have a whinge about. I mean, yes, I I know Russia doesn't deny it, but it's like scratching head. It's like, um, well, I it I don't think the argument is correct. I mean, I do think. I mean, that statement there about continue to highlight war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russia at the best of Vladimir Putin. Okay, you've uh, unfounded. That's an opinion. Russian president is already facing an arrest warrant by the ICC for lesser charges. True, but why? Because Zelensky jumped up and down and said he's got to do it. Okay, and how about all the war crimes carried out by Ukraine on behalf of Ukrainians? The entire world media was gloating about an open act of perfidy a couple of months ago. That is a war crime by any marking of what a war crime is. And I think that was one of the reasons why NATO was very, very quiet about it, because somebody within it probably went, we should not be celebrating this. This is a clear cut war crime. Yeah, only the losers conduct war crimes. Winners, it's collateral damage. Cynical? Yeah, maybe. But yeah. All right. I'm going to finish up pretty quick. I was pleased to see that protests in France started to appear. Well, not that they've started to appear. Coverage of the protests in France started to appear. And it's continued complaints about austerity policies. It's also protests about the inability of the government to be a government. So the government collapsed 2 weeks ago. There's increasing austerity measures that Macron is proposing. And it's like all of this in an attempt just to prevent Marine Le Pen. Uh, you, you've got a nation saying, "What we're imposing sanctions on this," and it's like one of those things where I was saying that the attempt to take the moral high ground has cut the legs out from a lot of these nations because they've done nothing but destroy their own economies in the process, or they've caused insane damage to themselves. Now, it's not a case of they were getting huge amounts of stuff from Russia or sanctioned nations to begin with necessarily, but the rush to do so, it's like, well, it's uh, kind of a surprise. So yeah, worst ever popularity levels. It obviously managed to rig his way back into power last time with careful management of when the election was held and how the election went through. But yeah, um, even though they've got a new prime minister established, it's like, yep, no, sorry. Uh, yeah, especially the unions and French people. So again, you can't mollify the left. Every time you meet them, they keep moving the line further left. And so, yeah, um, effigies and the French know how to protest. But yeah, I mean, the unions are coming out and complaining they wouldn't support Marine Le Pen. Now, if they did, that would be interesting because that would actually be quite unifying. And then you can imagine the screaming and crying in the press should Marine Le Pen gather the unions onto her side. Or so you've got classes again increased um, splits between the classes, increasing wealth, um, they're calling him Napoleon, and it's just they're not happy with the budget. They're unhappy with the restrictions and cutbacks and belt tightening, and uh, it's just ridiculous. Um, and the fact that these protests were building and there was very almost no one covering it before. I guess it's at the point now where it's impossible not to cover. Um, but yeah, I mean, the French, when they're having a good protest at their government, know how to protest. Um, BBC has them showing that they strike over budget cut plans, and it's just like, I mean, 500,000 people at least. Yeah, getting hundreds of thousands of people populating, protesting in countries around the world for targeting their governments, unhappy with their governments. It's like, Nepal obviously lost theirs, but uh, it's clear that there's this building, and it's not just necessarily leftists unhappy with it. There's all sorts of different directions. People are unhappy with the excuses the government are giving and hand waving away the protests. And this isn't even necessarily in support of Palestine or other remote things. It's just no, unhappy with how they're managing their own nations. And your radical left politicians are saying participants of the strike need to be disciplined. Okay, we've been spent an hour at the start talking about inflammatory rhetoric. What's that? I mean, I guess the French have always had a habit of doing that sort of stuff, but still. Um, uh, Protests derailed by far left groups. All right, so apparently in other nations it's the far right, but no, the French it's the far left. Well, okay, a lot of the French is the far left, but it's just, oh, it's it's a government that doesn't look like it's going to hold on for very long or for very well. Uh, Quick, hopefully this one. Um, I, I'm kind of in favour of. It's a video. Okay, Trump basically is talking about reactivating an air base in Afghanistan to counter Chinese pressure in the region. I think that'll probably be a positive outcome. I don't know whether Afghanistan's going to be happy with that. We'll see. Um, okay. Chris Sidoti here said that Israel must end its genocide in Gaza, but Australia must act too, and rabbits on about genocide, genocide, genocide. We've got obligations. Must do this. Must do that. All right. This guy, part of the committee response from the UN. So no wonder. Okay, the United Nations Commission of Inquiry in the Occupied Palestine Territory, on which I was one of the commissioners, released its report on Israel's genocide in its military ops in Gaza. Okay. Now, the reason I was late starting today was because I actually went and read the UN report just to get a better understanding of what it was and why it was they were declaring it a genocide. Now, they very briefly hand wave away the fact that the initial start of things was that it was the result of war crimes. Okay? So the whole thing started with a series of war crimes. They then go to say that the Israeli response amounts to genocide. Okay. Now they're sort of hand waving and pointing, and some of the justification they put in it is tenuous at best, but he's demanding that Australia ceases all trade with Australia and Israel, that we close the trade and defence office in Jerusalem, further sanctions against individuals, prosecute Australian citizens who've served in the IDF for genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. Careful about the path you walk down, because, like I just said when we were talking about Ukraine, there was a very clear example of a war crime carried out by Ukraine under the auspices of perfidy. Now, if we have Australian citizens providing service to the Ukrainian military, this same argument can be used against them for prosecution for war crimes and crimes against humanity. This guy has got his blinkers on Palestine, but is probably not being very, probably expecting, oh no, people will never chase it down for Ukraine. It's and then he's pushing this same thing of prohibiting Australian citizens from fighting in the armed forces of foreign states. Again, largely targeting Israel. Prohibiting final transactions with Israeli settlements, end tax deductibility for charities, um, all orders and decisions of international courts relating to this violence. I went and read the report. Uh, it is one-sided, and I understand why Israel would reject it. And the the report is very selective of when it starts and what it continues on. Now, there are claims raised in the report about the degree of genocide that aren't necessarily supported by alternate reporting sources that you can go and look up online yourself that have actual video footage from within Gaza. It also highlights some things about, okay, it puts Israel in an odd position whereby it is an armed belligerent in trying to retrieve its hostages, and it is also expected to provide humanitarian aid, even though it's not an occupied territory. It is expected to feed water and everything else to the population, and it's like it's got to resupply the people it's fighting, and the Israelis created a document at some point investigating what the amount of daily calories they needed to supply to the population in Gaza to be above malnutrition, which this group decided meant that it was an attempt to starve the population of Gaza. Well, you could look at it that way, or you could look at it as it's a document by the people who humanitarian aid to ensure that that there is a minimum they should not go below. That in order to preserve life, they're not about giving luxury, but there is an absolute minimum they should not be providing less than, or else it will result in malnutrition and starvation within within Gaza. And so you can paint it in both ways. And quite obviously, the commission decided that it was an article of genocide. So I looked at the population, I looked at the deaths allocated and expected and things like that. Now, some of the claims they say for reproductive harm and damage to um, suppression of future population is because IVF services got hit or reproductive services got hit. And it's like, okay, you've got to show intent that that was the reason why they were hit. You're not showing that. You're just showing that they were hit. The Commission also does not explain whether or not the targets that were hit that they claim were completely civilian, why where the military targets were. Their positioning seems to be that the entire Gaza Strip is entirely civilian. When, well, they conducted war crimes, so somebody somewhere in there is a combatant. But the report doesn't allow for that. It doesn't allow for historic incidents of Hamas tunnels and buried command centers that would have been underneath or closely associated with civilian assets. And they rightly point out the density of population in the Gaza Strip, 6,300 people plus per square kilometre. Well, it's going to be awfully hard to separate military from civilian targets in a density like that, particularly if the military assets are buried. Now, what if Hamas had returned all the hostages on day two? Would Israel still be continued in this? I don't know. I mean, the public statement is that they're there to get their hostages back and now to destroy Hamas. The Commission also ignores the stated position of Hamas and what would have been Palestinian Authority Liberation Organization before it. The whole statement of from the river to the sea is a genocidal statement. Its goal is to eradicate the Israeli people from the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea. Its stated goal is to remove them, force them out of the area, or if not, to kill them. And yet that is not seen as a genocidal statement or an attempt. Now, obviously, they're far less equipped than the Israeli military, so it's very much an asymmetric conflict. But you can't look at one side in exclusion like that. And then when you talk about, well, you've got to absolve yourself of supporting genocidal statements and impose sanctions. If we're being honest, and we should be honest, then the next pro-Palestinian protest that goes on should be jailed. Everyone should be jailed and prosecuted for supporting genocide. Because the moment you utter from the river to the sea, you are advocating the eradication of a people. Now, there is talk of in that report of Israel using non-precision guided munitions. Um, well, even with precision guided munitions, you're going to cop a lot of casualties. Looking at even the high-end estimate of casualties that are provided in the report and in other sources online, on the order of 2% of the Gaza population has been killed as a result of the conflict in the last 2 years. And that is genocide. Now, again, you want to minimize casualties and civilian deaths and things like that. The raw number of deaths is far less than what was in Syria or Iraq. It's close to what it was in Afghanistan. But the difference being, well, the pre-conflict the population was smaller than those other three nations, and just straight up civilian deaths should be avoided wherever possible. The fact that there is still belligerence from both sides. Israel's still trying to get their remaining hostages back, alive or dead, and Hamas isn't giving them back. Now, the other part of it too is if you want to look before October 7, 2023, and look at how Hamas ran the Gaza Strip, you could argue that they were being genocidal, not just in their approach to the Israeli state, to the state of Israel, but also to um, people of various secular beliefs within the Gaza Strip and how they basically killed most people who opposed them. There were plenty of examples of executions of people who were alleged to have been Israeli spies, but by and large, they eradicated the Palestinian Authority representatives, they eradicated people of different faiths, they killed their way through the Gaza Strip to consolidate power and then bury themselves underground in terms of where they keep their power structures. As was seen in Lebanon, where it took some rather serious strikes to hit command centers that were buried quite a long way underground. When the entire zone is covered in civilian buildings, but you're still trying to strike and take out the command structures, there is sadly collateral. It shouldn't be considered collateral. I mean, uh, it's like I said, it's understandable why the Israelis are not committing to it, and why they perceive this recent release report as biased, um, and uh, these demands that this individual is making. Uh, Again, go back to the statements I've made before. Be careful of what you ask for, because that one day it'll be used against you. And there are plenty of examples of protests and everything else going on in other places where this will come back and bite people in the backside, very much so. Right. Yeah. Trust me, reading that report was not fun. Not fun. Reality check. No, I mean Papua New Guinea attempts to look after it. Yeah, there's Papua New Guinea's having its 50th anniversary of independence. Good on them. Australia's reputation of Papua New Guinea can be varied. Um, De Silva had an interview with BBC and says, "I have no relationship with Trump." Well, duh. I don't know who'd expect him to have a relationship with Trump. He thinks that, well, it basically they 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 don't cover any of his controversial past, and hence why Trump might not like him that much. Um, that Trump didn't communicate in a civilized manner. Well, that Trump is not emperor of the world. Okay. Now we start seeing which way Lillard is positioned. He's built relationships with, um, well, a bunch of things. Former US presidents shouldn't be doing that, but Venezuela and all the countries of the world. He has strong relationship with Russia, etc. Not so much an issue. Um, Trump is president of the United States, but he's not emperor of the world. Again, this is a, it's clear that he doesn't like Trump. Whatever. Um, Lula told the BBC that Bolsonaro and his co-conspirators had hurt the country, attempted a coup, and plotted my death. But out of all of it, Bolsonaro is the one who was gutted like a fish, and that Bolsonaro can continue to present his defence, but for now he is guilty. Uh, yeah. Criticised Trump for inventing untruths, denouncing what the US leader said was a lack of democracy in Brazil. Well, yeah, there's some interesting stuff there if you look into the history of Bolsonaro and De Silva, and basically said if January 6, 2021 had happened in Brazil, Trump would have been put on trial. No, he wants to reform the UN, criticizes the Security Council. Um, well, yes, balanced in favour of those who won World War II because they were the nations that effectively set up, managed, and controlled the UN because the League of Nations failed. So he continues alliances with Russia and China, so thumbing his nose at the West. Uh, Pressed on Brazil's continued purchases of Russian oil while Russia rages war in Ukraine, he said Brazil is one of the first countries to condemn Russia's occupation of Ukraine and that Brazil doesn't finance Russia. We buy oil from Russia because we need to buy oil, just like China, India, the UK, or the US needs to buy oil. Obviously, he doesn't like the UN. Um, it's that's another statement. No, have I missed it? yeah, he's quite forthright in who he is, I guess. I talked about this. I predicted this, that the UK thinks it's got more influence than it has. King Charles I don't think, has the gravitas, the weight that Queen Elizabeth carried, and I think Prince William might carry that again. But yeah, the whole expectation that Charles was going to bring Trump into line and Keir Starmer could, it's no, no. It's basically um, he enjoyed his time with the King and the Queen and the royals, but he didn't like Keir Starmer as much. Now, Keir Starmer, he's criticised Starmer in the past too. But while it says there's no real awkwardness, um, obviously the US disagrees with the UK's approach to recognise Palestinian statehood, etc. Uh, it became clear that neither changed their positions on key issues where they disagree. I don't know how people expected that. There are limits to how much influence any leader can have on Trump. Well, no, Keir Starmer's doesn't have that. Well, Trump doesn't have that respect for him. Doesn't have that effect. And so it's like, oh no, we're going to have all this. We're going to change Trump. We're going to have basically make him change his opinion on things. No, I don't know why people thought that Starmer had that weight, that the royals had that. I mean, like I said, I don't think King Charles has that particular personal effect. Prince William might, Queen Elizabeth had, but no, I don't think King Charles has it. And Keir Starmer quite clearly doesn't have it. And so, yeah, this statement here, no matter how much he enjoyed the visit, he's not going to alter his positions. No, no. Starmer appears to have earned the right to respectfully disagree with Trump. I don't think he's respectfully done it at all. He's been quite vocal in his disagreement with Trump, but uh, well, it's don't know. I don't think so. I mean, BBC being a British news outlet, it's going to be focused on its own stuff. Anyway, going to call it there. That's been quite a good session. So next stream is going to be tonight, actually. I'll set up for the ongoing Prince of Persia playthrough with our Warrior Within second playthrough, where we're doing the harder difficulties and going to try and expedite those as quick as possible and get the various trophies. Then the next one after that will be tomorrow night, our multiplayer stream from our Minecraft SMP. If you want to keep on top of things and see what's happening, where and when, check the socials, mainly Twitter and Insta. Messages go out both of those before each stream, indicating what we're when, and the Discord eventually picks up the messages from both, but it also punches a notice out when the stream goes live. So if you want to keep on top of things, that's the best way to do that. Other than that, big thank you to everyone coming out today. Regulars, first timers, chatters and lurkers, and everybody in between. Channel wouldn't be the same without you. It's been a stretch. We'll hopefully get things back on a normal time frame next week, and we'll see how long it takes for future streams. But that went relatively well. So again, big thank you to everyone, and we'll see you again next stream.